Hello everyone!
Hello,
Welcome to the first broadcast of CoderZ League playoffs. My name is Yossi, with me is Aaron.
Hello everybody.
And today is the first broadcast out of 3 broadcasts of the playoffs. So welcome everyone from CoderZ League. We are going to broadcast today the top 32 stage of the playoffs. And we're going to have a crazy day today, a lot of games, and we're going to play the matches one by one. And the way that it goes is we start the matches going from match number 1 to all matches, and until we play everything. We start with the Junior League, then we have an intermission, and then we're going to play the Pro. And some of the games, as you will see, it's not going to be exactly 1, 2, 3, and so on, because some of the games will not be played. Why is that? If a team did not submit a code for this stage, then this team will not move on to the next one, and the game will not be played if the opposing team send it, right?
Yep.
And yeah, so some of the games will not be played, and those who will make it to the next stage will have until December 19, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to adjust their code. They don't have to send a new one, because if they don't, we'll just take the one that was used here. So just to recap, all teams who win on this today and move it from the top 32 to top 16, we will use their code that was played here. But should they not they have until December 19, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Should they not send it, their code will be the one that was used today. So no worries for the next one. Another super exciting announcement is that due to the success of CoderZ League, we're going to hold another season that's coming very shortly on February 15, 2021, just around the corner. We're going to have a spring season for CoderZ League. Now, what you say about that?
That's amazing, Yossi.
Yeah,
I'm really glad that this is happening. This is such a great project.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. It was so fun to work with all the students, and now we have another one right around the corner. So I'm super glad. So anyone who is interested, you should go to CoderZLeague.com/contact-us. And that's it, I think, for the announcements. I think we can start playing. Are you excited?
I'm definitely excited. Let's go right into the games.
Let's go right into the first game. CoderZ League, let's go.
All right. My start out with some basketball.
Yeah, basketball is the game for the junior. And let's watch. So game number 2, you can all see the name of the team, the name of the school, and the match number. We have game number 2. We can already see some movement on the right platform for the blue team.
Yep, blue bot ran immediately for the green button and then decided to stick themselves right behind the button there. So in the meantime, none of the teams are actually pouring any liquid in order to tip the platforms. So we're seeing a big accumulation of these balls onto the platform so far. And we're just waiting for one of those teams to kind of tip the platform in their favor and to gather all of those points to themselves.
Yeah, so what the teams have to do in this game is they have to press the buttons in order to generate liquid onto the platforms in order to tilt it towards their direction, so the balls will be able to accumulate in their basket. As we can see, none of the teams is currently pushing the buttons, so no liquid is poured. Thus, no balls are being put into the baskets except for the balls that are falling due to inertia from falling down.
Yeah, it seems like gravity is trying to decide here who's going to be the winner in this game.
Yeah, so something that's super important to note is that this game is very difficult. It was very difficult, it was very challenging, and a lot of the teams, sometimes things will not work out exactly as it was planned, but hey, that's how it is.
That's how it is. And we're going to see the red team going to come out on top of this match, CJH Spartans.
Victory.
So a victory for Sparta. Congratulations, Spartans. You're moving on to the top 16, and let's watch the next one.
Next match coming up right now.
Ooh, I'm excited. Let's go. And now we're already seeing some action. Red side going for...
It looks like he's trying to avoid the rough terrain in between the buttons by trying to sidestep them into one of the buttons, but he seems to have stopped there in the middle between two of the buttons. In the meantime, on the blue side, he managed to get himself all the way onto the yellow button, so we can see that the yellow platform is tipped towards blue's favor, and they're going to collect a lot of points thanks to that.
So many balls going on towards the blue side. Nice one. DMS doing an amazing job right now, getting a lot of points. It will be hard to come back for the red team, but it looks like they are trying to move and move towards the button and try to tilt one of the platforms. And again, of the blue team
managing to secure the purple platform this time, which has accumulated balls for the last minute or so. The only platform that hasn't been touched yet has been the green platform. And so hopefully if Red can get a hold of that button there and collect the balls from the green platform, they might have a chance still.
They're so close to it, but look at this. The blue team doing amazing job. They fall down, but nevertheless, they already, I think 300 points is the current high score. 320 points. Doing great job. 330. We have a high score, ladies and gentlemen, already. Wow, nice work. They
managed to secure themselves the lead early on and
victory.
Boost them into the win here. Very, very well done by them.
Nice one. Robo Lions, the team to making a presence right here.
All right, next game coming up right now.
Game number 5 from region number 1 of the Junior League. Let's see what happens. Ooh, we see the blue team rushing towards the button, getting it very soon. Both teams going for the same button.
Yeah, okay. This is already pretty interesting what happened here. Both teams going for the same button at the same time. So the platform is tilting towards the blue for now in their favor, but red is close to the button, trying to accumulate enough liquid in order to tip the platform back into their favor. But in the meantime, blue has secured their lead because of that early tilt.
Yeah, but look at this. The red platform is almost falling. I mean, the yellow platform is almost falling off due to the large weight that is on it. Platforms can only hold so much weight, and at some point, if there's too much liquid, they fall off. And
look at this, Red's making a comeback. They're actually collecting a lot more balls now that the blue robot has been kind of stuck in place for a little while, going just for that yellow button. In the meantime, red securing the magenta platform, or trying to secure that magenta platform. In the meantime, the yellow platform is still tipping in their favor.
Yeah, wow. Red team is doing an amazing job. Looks like everything they've done so far has worked. Already 330 points, 340 points. Now this is a high score. Nice job from Unity.
350, the highest we've seen so far. Very, very impressive play coming out from red, especially since they were the underdogs right at the beginning of the match.
Right, they went for the yellow platform, lost it, but they still won the match due to their consistency. Nice job.
Next game starting right now.
Yeah, number 7 from Junior Region 1 going right away. Both teams again going for the I think for the color that's the closest, that's the easiest to get to, where the robot is already facing, and the blue team kind of misses it, but the red team from Level End Middle School makes it to the button successfully and secures the magenta platform.
Yup, they've got that platform tilting in their favor, and it's going to be pretty hard for blue to secure that platform back. It seems like their only chance right now is to go for one of the other colors and try and secure the balls there, as red's robot making its way now towards the green platform. So they're really dominating this match so far. Magenta platform continuing to rack up the points for red. Now the green platform racking up. We're actually going to we're going to set a new high score once again. We're just seeing these robots, these coders get better and better as the matches progress.
What is going on? Did you see the amount of balls they managed to get to their basket? This is amazing. 460 points, and the match is not even over.
Nope, there's still 15 seconds left. And we're already up to 500 points.
500! I've never seen that amount in my life. And I've seen a lot of codes of teams. Wow, 550 points. 560. Amazing job. Wow.
560. Our new high score of the day, and a very decisive victory.
What are they teaching in Level End Middle School? That's amazing. I want to study there. Match number 9 coming in.
All right.
Let's see who makes the first move. And the blue team also again tries to go for the magenta, and the red team just slightly misses the button and takes a jump.
The robot takes a nosedive straight into the water. So blue now taking control, very, very good control over the magenta platform, starting to rack up the points. 80 to 20, it's not a huge lead yet. Red can still come back if they get one of those buttons, one of those platforms to tilt in their favor. So far, the other two platforms are uncontested, as blue is putting all his eggs in one basket, you could say, taking that magenta platform really strong. Oh, what's this?
Oh, but look at this.
What's happening to the magenta platform?
So the magenta platform has fallen, but this is not the biggest news. Look at the team. Look at the school name. Both of those teams are facing against each other from the same team.
Oh wow. Some local rivalry going on here.
Oh my god, this is the winners of the school. This is like brothers fighting off in a movie. That's just some real life drama right here on CoderZ League.
Red up to 100 points, but not able to really secure enough in order to make the comeback they needed, as the blue team will take the win with 290 points.
Wow, nice job from the blue team.
Victory.
So far, very exciting games, you'll see.
Amazing. We had breaking high score every game. We had teams from the same school playing against each other. What's going to happen next?
Not only did we get an insanely high score of 560 points, we also got to see one of the platforms collapsing. It's the first time I've ever seen that. I'm sure you've seen it before as you work around these games all the time.
Yeah, but it's rare for it to happen. It's only when two teams are fighting on the same platform. Some quick messages. is that, as I said earlier, this broadcast is the first out of 3. The second one, the top 16, is going to be played on December 22nd, same time, and then the finals, the quarterfinal, semifinal, and the final games will be played on December 23rd. A lot of questions in the chat regarding the Pro League will be played right after we finish all the junior games, so stick around. It's a lot of fun, and let's move on to region number 2.
All right.
Oh, mistake. It's still region number 1. My bad. We're still in region number 1. But game number 12. Let's move on.
All right. We're going to see the robots immediately make their way to the bottom button. Well, actually, blue's going for the middle button here, which is green. And red is trying to secure the yellow button. So far, nobody's really secured any of their buttons yet. So the platforms aren't tilting. They're just relying on gravity so far to rack up some initial points in this round.
This is what we call a pacifistic approach.
The pacifistic approach.
Yeah, I think we can see the blue robot just so close to the button. Come on, guys. You can make it.
Make love, not war, right?
Yeah, they're so close. The team is so close to the button. Something that's important to note is that you really want to see on your code is teams using the sensors rather than just putting numbers into the driving action. Once you use a sensor such as like a touch sensor into the robot's code, then it's much more secure that even if there's a change, it still makes it to the button, and rather than just put numbers into the driving command.
And as we can see, despite no buttons being pressed, it became a close match. Blue taking the victory here by a mere 40 points. And just like Yossi said, sensors can be a game changer.
Right. Robo Lions moving on to the top 16 stage. So congratulations. And another 2 teams from Sulphur Spring.
Sulphur Spring Middle School. All right, we got a lot of teams coming from that school.
Yeah, this team is an avid player of CoderZ League. Let's see what we have here. We're seeing another again, the red team and the red team do manage to press the button for the magenta just enough to almost tilt the platform, and then they take a nosedive. The blue team is trying to make a move towards the green platform. 40-40, very, very tight.
Yeah, this is a very close game so far. Red's robot just kind of aimlessly wandering around looking for one of those buttons. Anytime Blue's robot is just kind of stuck there in between the rocks, just staring down that green button.
Yeah, something that's very very nice. Now the red team actually manages to secure the magenta platform, taking all those balls right into their basket, and it looks like it was just enough to win the game.
Oh wow, they did secure that lead very quickly, going all the way up to 300 points. Very well done coming out of the red team there.
Nice job, wow.
Victory.
Pressing the one button was just enough to win the match and move on to the next stage. So congratulations. And something that's important is that all those robots are moving autonomously, meaning there's no one behind the scenes playing. Teams that don't know that is that it's very, very important to know that even if it looks a bit sketchy the way the robot moves, it's all autonomously, and that's already an achievement. That's a great job from all teams who do manage to press a button. That's already a nice job. So congratulations.
Yeah, it's definitely an important achievement. to even have, you know, some of those robots move in and secure those platforms very well. So good job so far from all the teams that we've seen. We're going to go on to a couple more games in this region, and then we'll move on to the next region right after that.
Yeah, amazing job. It looks like Region 1 is a very tough region to be in. Some great work coming on from all teams playing in this region. So very, very nice job. And we can already see the blue team moving on and manages to press the button. Spartans once again, but they just go a bit too far, and the red team manages to secure the yellow platform.
All right, yellow platform firmly in red's control right now, as blue is trying to get their robot onto the magenta button. Well, actually, we can see that the randomization now happening on the blue platform, where the colors are kind of changing until the robot returns to the center, where the colors will stabilize, and then they'll be able to choose which button to go for. In the meantime, though, while they're stuck over there on the side of their turf, red is just racking up more and more points thanks to that early yellow platform that they secured for themselves.
Yeah, the McKinney just doing their thing, just getting to all the buttons, managing to secure a lot of platforms, and thus getting a lot of points. Just some very nice engineering from McKinney School. Very nice job, and they will be moving on to the top 16. So nice job, and we'll see you on the 22nd.
Yep. This was definitely a job well done by the red team, securing a lot of points. All right, moving on to the next game, game number 17.
And look at the name of the team, Override, using threes. That's what we call a pro gamer move against the RoboCats.
RoboCats versus OV33R1D3.
Huh.
Very interesting name coming out of the red team. All right, so far, RoboCats managed to get their robot all the way to the yellow button. They have yet to press it, though. Oh, they might be pressing it now. In the meantime, the red managing to secure the magenta platform for themselves. So now the magenta platform is tilting in their favor, but here the yellow platform tilting into blue's favor. So we see the points racking up at an even pace. So far, both of them keeping neck and neck with each other. This is one of the closest matches we've seen so far.
Yeah, just doing some very nice job making their way to the buttons, pressing it. Just excellent coding job, team. Wow. Neck and neck.
This game is very, very close. It's going to be a nail biter right towards the end. 25 seconds left. So far, both teams just gaining the same amount of points at the same pace. But we can see that red has opted to stay on the magenta button, therefore keeping the platform tilted for longer. And you can see that they racked a couple more points than the blue because blue decided to leave the yellow platform alone earlier. And that just might be the deciding factor for victory. Red staying on that magenta platform and securing the victory for themselves.
Victory.
Yeah, that was a really close match where both teams made a very strong moves, and kind of heartbreaking for the blue team, but they have done a tremendous job. So thank you so much for participating this year.
Yeah,
and
both those teams played fantastically there.
Yeah, and Override, we'll see you on the next stage.
All right. On to the next game. Of course, we have a couple of... we have some splits here going along, as yellow platform is going to tilt towards blue and magenta platform is going to tilt towards red. So each securing a different platform. Very good strategy. It's a nice way to secure points nice and early without being confronted by the other team trying to steal that platform.
Yeah, so it looks like a strategy that many of the teams have decided to take is to go straight for the button that's just in front of where the robot spawns. So that seems like a very solid strategy if you just want, you know, to secure one of the platforms in a solid way. We see the red robot trying to find something somewhere to go, and they do manage to go over the tracks, and they find, I think, the yellow button and the line, but
securing quite a lead for themselves thanks to that magenta platform staying in their control. And it looks like too big of a lead for Red to come back from. 380, 390. Can they make it 400 right before the timer runs out? Almost.
Yeah, almost. 390 points for the blue team, winning and moving on to the next stage. Congratulations. Very nice job from all teams. This is a wrap for region number 1.
Yep.
Nice job, all teams. Just to remind you, every game that wasn't played on region number 1 is a game where one or both teams did not submit a code. So the game was one of the teams moved on to the next stage automatically. So congratulations to all teams who did have a game and played. We watched some wonderful games. Very nice job on the engineering and coding, and we're moving on to region number 2.
Let's get straight into the games.
Let's get straight into the games. Something that's important to note is that the balls accumulate onto the platforms if they're not tilted in any direction. So if, for example, after 30 or 40 or 50 seconds into the game, someone secures one of the platforms, then they get all the balls that were accumulated up till that point. So very, so even if you just secure one of the platforms, sometimes it's enough to win the whole match.
Yep. As we can see, once again, each team going for a different platform in order to secure those early points, and immediately moving back to the center in order to reset the buttons. Do you want to explain real quickly what the rough terrain does for these players, how they have to play around it?
Yeah, so the terrain was added on the playoff stage, meaning on the group stage they didn't have this terrain, and we wanted to spice things up towards the playoffs. And this rough terrain is making it really difficult to just drive straight into the buttons. So the teams have to come up either with a strategy to use gyro to stabilize the robot, or go around it, but then it makes everything more tough so that they have the line on the platform in order to kind of get to the buttons. And teams who do manage to make it secure platforms, and they do a great job.
Yep. And as this match comes to an end, we're going to see Cyber Falcons, the blue team, take the victory 270 to 190.
Victory.
We've been seeing a lot of close matches lately, and I'm wondering if it has to do with the strategy that they're employing. A lot of the strategies we've been seeing have been secure a platform early that isn't the platform that the other team takes, and then kind of figure it out from there.
Yeah, it looks like it's enough to be able to consistently get to one of the platforms, to one of the buttons, and secure any of the platforms is almost in every single game that we've watched enough. But we can see the nerds. They're looks like they have a very consistent code. Also on the blue team, both teams neck and neck, getting very consistently to the buttons and to the middle button, the white button. Very good job. Nice engineering from both teams.
Yep, in the meantime, the match here is very tight. We can see that the red robot, though, is a lot more active than the blue robot is. Blue robot just kind of sticking onto the edge of his platform, not really doing much, as the red robot is moving back and forth, trying to secure different platforms for his team. And that eventually puts them in the lead. They do take the lead from blue, and if blue don't take one of these platforms back soon enough, they might just be outmatched here.
Yeah, so Their strategy is very solid. What they're doing is, since they know that falling off the platform makes them respawn, they secure platform, fall off, respawn, and then secure the other platform. So very nice job from Nerds, who are winning this match and moving on
Victory.
to top 16. Very well job. I love your team icon. Like it.
Team icon's pretty good. Pretty
Yeah.
good. All right, next game coming up. There we go, both teams. Starting out, we see blue going straight for that yellow button. Red trying to sidestep all that rough terrain. They missed the button though, so they're going a bit further out and into the water. So they're going to be reset back into the center there. So that gives blue quite a big advantage here right off the bat as they take that yellow platform and secure all those goody points right there off the start.
Yeah, some nice job by Sulphur Spring, which are veterans to the competition at this point. Nice job. Look at all those points.
Green platform now tilting as well towards blue, and they secure quite a big stash right there. Up to 300 points, still with 30 seconds to go. Maybe they'll pass our high score that we've seen today. So far we've gotten up to 560. That's the highest we've seen.
If they secure the blue platform or the magenta, they will get a lot of points. And here they get it. Will they make it? Will it be a high score? 560? And that's a high score.
All right, green bananas.
The green bananas
Playing-
are bananas.
They are playing out of their minds.
Wow.
And they're still going. Look at this.
Nice. So, wow. A high score to the green bananas from Sulphur Spring. What are they teaching at Sulphur Spring? How did they do it?
Victory.
Unbelievable. Highest we've seen up to today. We now have a new high score of 680.
680. I don't know if anyone can beat that score. That was
never say never.
incredible.
Never say never, you'll see.
I'm never saying never. But wow. That was green bananas showing some really, really tough competition. Team to be reckoned with.
Yep. See a nice, strong start from both teams, each one securing a different platform. So those early points going to come in right there. And we're seeing the blue employ the strategy that you mentioned earlier. Get a button, go take a nosedive into the water, reset their robot back in the middle, and then go for another button. Very, very smart. I can see now why that strategy is very viable, because resetting them onto the button in the middle also stops the randomizing of the colors, right?
Yes, pressing the white button in the middle stops the randomization off the platforms, off the buttons of the colors, and that means that they have a chance to go to the same location that they went before and secure a different platform than what they have. And look how consistently this team, the blue team, manages to do it. But just as I say it, it looks like they kind of just shy of the button, and then they decide, well, let's reset, let's move on, try again.
Yep. Blue securing quite a nice victory here, even though red put up a good fight. But it is still a victory for the blue team this time.
Nice job.
Victory.
Alright, so far we've had some really nice games. We had a new high score set, 680 points.
Green Bananas, remember the name, because we might see them in the finals.
We're expecting greatness out of them in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, if I would have been their team, I wouldn't have changed anything.
You know what I really love about watching these games, Jesse?
Yeah.
Is seeing how all of these students are really figuring out how to game the system, or basically use the game mechanics to their advantage in order to employ good strategies, such as falling off into the water on purpose in order to reset themselves into the middle and then go for a new button. So it's very clever that all of these students from different schools all around different places managed to pick up and figure out this strategy on their own.
That's right, Aaron. This game is not only about coding, but also about strategy. And it looks like the teams that use this strategy really have it paying off right now in the playoffs. And let's see if more teams use this strategy. So let's move on to the next game.
All right, we're 25 games in, and the bar is only rising as we go into these matches. And these teams are showing us how competent and how well they can make these matches look. So far, none of the teams securing a button, but here we're gonna have blue try and go for the magenta button, misses it slightly, and it's gonna fall off the bottom. Red is trying to sidestep its way into the yellow button.
Yeah, but just hits, you know, those kind of pillars are a real trap to some of those robots. Just look how hard it is to get out of it once you get stuck.
Yeah, those pillars do not look fun at all for these players.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of action from any of the sides, but that's fine. You know, participation. This is the first year of CoderZ League, so all teams who participated and had a chance to kind of get into coding, to get into this engineering, is already a win for all teams. So there's no shame in it.
That's a good point you make. This is a brand new game, right?
Yeah, it's a brand new game, brand new competition, and everything you do is to your benefit.
Yeah. Red's going to take this match. Congratulations to them. Moving on to the next round.
Bolts, we'll see you on the top 16. And now again we have two teams from the same school. A lot of drama today.
Yeah.
What do you think's going through their teacher's mind when they see?
Oh, you know what's going through their minds. We have to destroy the other team.
Yeah. But if they teach both teams,
we have to earn the honor of our school.
We have to honor. Let's make one team help the other team look good, so that this team honors the school.
Yeah. Blue taking quite a decisive lead here in the first 30 seconds of the match, as they managed to secure quite a few points. They've got the magenta platform firmly in their reach, and red is not really managing to do much in order to counteract it. So we're going to see quite a substantial lead here build up onto the blue team. I want to take this time to kind of thank everybody who's watching us here on Twitch as well. We see you guys and we appreciate you guys. It's so cool that you're coming to watch and see and cheer yourselves and your teammates and your schools in these matches. Big kudos to you all.
Yeah, say hi on chat, and we might call you out.
Yeah, let's see some pogs in the chat.
Let's see some pogs in the chat.
Oh wow, blue securing 540 points. Not the highest score we've seen today, but still very impressive. One of the highest scores.
Nuts and bolts
we have seen.
Make it to the next round. Nice job. Moving on to the next round. It is the last game for region number 2. We see all, wow, so many pogs in the chat.
You guys are awesome.
Radiant Gamer.
All right.
IDK, I don't know, I don't care, Lamau. Hello.
All right, last game of the region going on, and each team starting strong, securing a platform each. We got the yellow on the red side, magenta on the blue.
Yeah, something that's very important to note, due to a lot of disqualifications, the schedule was shrunk in a way, so it will probably not last as long as we expected. So please take it into account. If your team is playing, it will probably be a lot earlier than the schedule states. So please stick around in order to make sure you don't miss out on your team's game. Look at the game we have here. Both teams are reckoning.
I mean, this has got to be one of the closest matches we've seen. Both really playing well and still keeping really even, neck to neck here, as the fight continues right down to the last couple of seconds. We're only 15 seconds left, and Blue's got such a slight lead, but I wonder if Red can still come back.
Red team took a nosedive at the wrong time. They would have been able to press one of the buttons, but no, the blue team secures their green platform and thus the win. Wow, what a game was that?
That was a great game to finish off this region's matches.
Victory.
Beautiful, beautiful play for both teams. 440 to 340. I've got to say, this region showed a lot of competition.
Yeah, Region 2 as well. I was like, yeah, Region 1 was crazy. Region 2 will probably be a bit weaker, but no.
Nope.
Region 2 as well, with really strong teams, really tough games. Nice job from all students. Really, congratulations to all students who participated, all teachers. Kudos to you. Some amazing job we've seen here. If your students at this short amount of time managed to create such a beautiful code that works so consistently, so beautifully, nice work to everyone involved. Nice job. Let's move on to region number 3.
All right.
We have the Hacking Hawks versus EBA Knights.
Here we go. If you guys are in the chat, cheer your team on, because this minute and a half is going to be wild.
Yeah, look at the red team making it ever so slowly. It looks like maybe they have an algorithm that tries to figure out if the robot is tilting using the gyro to figure out what it has to do. It looks a bit stuck, while the blue team is already making waves and securing the green platform.
Yep, that's going to secure them a nice little stash of balls there right at the beginning of the game, giving them a nice healthy lead over the red team.
Yeah, the red team looks in a bit of a pickle. And blue team just doing everything right. Look at the amount of points. Are we going to see a high score already on the first game of region number 3?
I don't know, but this is definitely looking like a decisive victory for blue. There are 30 seconds left. Miracles can happen, but red robot is not really making too many moves towards any of the buttons.
Yeah, the magenta platform is stacked, so whoever secures it will get a lot of points.
Yep, 10 seconds left. They really did rack up a lot of points though. Blue EBA Knights really playing well in this match, managing to secure 540 points in the
Very
match.
solid game from the EBA Knights, defeating the Hacking Hawks.
Victory.
Nice job from East Bronx.
Well done, well done. We're going to move straight on to the next game match.
Nice, so we have Kazi Box against Pio Nerds.
Alright. Strong start for both teams. It's blue going for the sidestep into the button. Red just going straight for the button itself. Alright, it's going to be a close match so far.
Yeah, so both teams very close on the amount of points. And as you hear that, that's a sound you don't want to hear because the platform is about to fall off, and it did. And the points are neck and neck. Oh, so going to that platform now is the real detriment, and you can see the blue team that is on the yellow platform that has already fallen, so that's a lot of time lost, but they are still in the lead. Both teams are on the yellow button. It has to move on to a different one.
This is one of the closest matches we've seen so far. One of the platforms collapsed early on, and now only 2 platforms providing points. The match is really close. Red could still try and get a few more points. Seconds are up, and Blue barely win the match, 290 to 250.
Victory.
Very close game. So what happened is that both teams were trying to go for the yellow platform. It has fallen off very early into the match, and what happened is that both teams were still trying to pour liquid into that platform, but nothing was happening as the platform has already fallen into the water.
Yep. All right, we're gonna see a new match here. 2 teams. We got Blue starting strong, getting the green button nice and early. Gonna tilt that platform right their way.
Very solid work from Hillside. And once again, look how consistently they make it from the button to the middle and then to the button again. Some very, very nice engineering from Hillside.
Yep. Red managed to take the green platform back away from Blue, so they are making up the difference here slowly but surely. Blue is trying to secure a different platform for themselves. They get a ton of points that accumulated onto the yellow platform. Well, green platform getting way too heavy for the match. That's it for green. No more points coming out of green.
Yeah, and look how consistently. Oh, but as I say it, they hit. The blue team hits the pillar with the robot, so they don't manage to make it to the button. But that won't make a difference because Hillside makes it on to top 16. Nice job.
Victory.
Well done. They played very, very well. Both teams actually played very, very well. And we're going to go on straight to the next match. Bad Owls versus the Combat Code.
Something about a schedule, again, to emphasize all of you asking when is your game. So as we said, due to a lot of teams not submitting in code, we are skipping some of the games, so you will not see match 39 after 38, 40 after 39 necessarily, because some of the games have been a bye round for the teams who did submit their codes and their opponents did not. So just stick around, look, check for your team, and call everyone when your team is playing. Do not go anywhere. Call your parents, call your grandma. Let them watch and be proud of what you've done.
Alright.
Some very nice job. Look at the amount of balls.
Halfway
Magenta.
into the match, Blue securing quite a nice stash there, managing to tie the game and even take the lead for a little bit. So this is going to be one of the close matches.
Yep. Bad Owls doing what Bad Owls do, and that is secure platforms. Solid engineering from both teams.
Yep. They're alternating the platforms too. They're not sticking to one platform, which is very smart. They don't want to collapse the platform. They don't want to stick all their eggs in one basket. They want to try and gain as many points from as many sources as possible. Can Red make the comeback here in the last couple seconds? It appears not. Blue is going to take that match, 340 to 260.
Yep. Bad Owls from
Victory.
80 Henderson are going to move on to the top 16 stage. We'll see you on the 22nd. Nice job.
So far, so good, right?
Yeah, region number 3 is not disappointing us. Just like both regions before it, we've seen some very solid games. We have 4 more games for region 3 before we move on to region number 4. Incredible. I'm really dying to see if anyone is going to beat Green Banana's a high score.
Yep, 680 points is no easy feat to beat. And we'll have to see if one of the teams is up to the challenge.
Yeah, I have a confession. I have a confession to make.
Okay.
I've tried playing basketball all by myself, and I did not get as many points as Green Bananas did. And that's why this is an insane feat. Like, absolutely crazy. How did they do it?
Student surpasses the master, right?
You said it best. Let's move on
All right.
to the last games of region number 3.
Alright, as we get into the last matches of this region, you see these robots start out red, going straight towards that green. Blue making their way the roundabout way, but managing to end up on that yellow button in the end. So now each one's got a platform tilted towards them, securing some points.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is some teams go for a strategy that says pour a lot of liquid into some of the platforms, and some teams go and say, no, just pour just enough for it to tilt into my direction. It looks like both strategies are valid, but the one that says, let's just put a little bit of liquid, tilt it, get all the balls that were stacked onto the platform so far is a little bit better, just because you want to be more efficient with your time management in this game. As we've seen, this game has a lot of strategy into it. And as I say it, red team secures the yellow platform, thus passing the blue team's score.
Yep, they managed to secure quite a few points here, but blue is not giving up without a fight. 310 to 250, it's a very close match. And they have a platform in their favor. They might actually manage to even up the score.
320?
20-point difference, 10-point difference. Can they make it in? It's a tie. They managed to get...
What?
We have our first tie of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. What a nail-biter.
Wow. 330 against 330.
Not only is that a respectable amount of points, but both of them managing to secure those points right at the last second and tying up the match.
Wow. So what happens in a tie is that the team that had a better seed on the group stage will move on. Either of those teams might be the one moving on, but that's absolutely crazy.
Let's see some pop champs
points
in chat for both of those teams. Played an excellent game.
Yeah, that's a respectable amount of points in a respectable match.
Alright, on to our next match. So far, a slow start, but we can see that red does have a bit of an advantage as they did take the green platform nice and early. It's getting a bit heavy though. They might want to leave that button soon or it will collapse. And once it collapses, blue have a nice chance to catch up by using some of the other platforms for themselves. Oh, look at that! Red decide to retreat right before the platform collapses. So now the leakage is allowing the platform to become lighter and lighter, and it means that the green platform is not going to collapse into the water. This is a very nice strategy coming out from red.
Yeah, but look at this. Due to how the platform is almost collapsing, some of the balls do not quite make it into the basket. But if this was intentional, then this is amazing.
Yeah, it looks like it was intentional. Waiting until the platform was just under the weight limit, and then leaving the button and going for a different platform. Well played by the red team, and they secure a whopping 400 points versus the 180 of the blue team.
Yeah, the blue team, the health side, has done a great job, but, you know, Inselwood just taking it home, making it to the top 16. We'll see you on December 22nd on the next stage.
All right, next match starting right now.
And once again, we have two teams from the same school. We have Northville on both sides, blue and red.
Blue going to be the first one to tilt one of the platforms as they reach the magenta button. Red still struggling to find their way towards one of the buttons. So blue is going to take a nice healthy lead here at the beginning.
blue team is making some solid advancements towards magenta platform. Just make sure you don't pour too much liquid. Oh, and they're still onto the magenta platform. Come on, get off it if you don't want it to fall. Oh!
Magenta platform does collapse as blue really went all in and decided to stay on that button for too long. So they're not going to get any more points unless they switch buttons. And in the meantime, red is struggling to find their way towards one of those other buttons that contain those accumulated balls that they can gather for themselves if they just manage to hit one of those buttons. They might actually stand a chance of catching up. There are a lot of points racked up on those platforms. But as we can see, they don't change course, and this all-in strat coming out of the blue team wins them the match.
Yep, blue team moving on. Top 16 stage.
Victory.
Congratulations. Both teams are all from the same school, so I'm sure Hillside will cheer for you, the Face Force. This is the last game to region number 3. Let's see what we have in store.
Alright, here we go. Alright, Team Blue going straight for the yellow platform right there. Manages to ride themselves onto the button, immediately backing off and looking for a new button. Meantime, red team secures the magenta platform for themselves and resets by falling into the water, going for a new button.
Again, we see Northville once again against the binary Bucks. Northville already has some candidates on the top 16 stage. Let's see if the Warriors are going to be another one for Northville. But it looks like binary Bucks are just not willing to give up just yet.
No, red is actually taking the lead here as they secure quite a few points here that accumulated on the green platform.
Red platform just gave them more than 100 points. See how crucial it is to capitalize on those platforms where balls have accumulated.
Yeah, that's a very juicy pickup there for the red team as they take quite a decisive lead. 10 seconds left, and they're still racking up more and more points, hitting the 500-point mark.
Wow.
Very, very impressive.
Very impressive.
That is going to end the match here. Red taking a decisive victory over the blue team, hitting a huge 540 points over the 130 of blue. So, well played by both teams. Red managing to make a very impressive play there at the end.
Yeah, another great region. Region 3 has shown us a lot of promising teams. Some of these teams looks like they will definitely make it to the final day of the playoffs. Again, some very exciting stuff coming up from all teams playing in this region. And once again, it's very important to emphasize how all of these codes are autonomous, meaning no one is behind the keyboard playing. It's just code alone. Students from schools around the world coding their robots to make decisions autonomously. Fantastic job from all teams.
Yep. Very, very well done. I'm surprised, I'm not surprised, but it really, really warms my heart seeing how many teams are managing to rack up a respectable amount of points, even when they don't win. Like, the amount of points that each team are accumulating with their code is very, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and just wanna say again, this is broadcast number 1. This is the top 32 for the playoff stage of CoderZ League 2020. On the 22nd, we're going to have the top 16, which is stage number 2, and on the 23rd, same time, we're going to have the finals. Teams who do advance to the top 16 have until December 19th, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to submit and adjust their code. So congratulations to all teams who made it to the next stage.
Yep.
And let's move on to region number
right, region number 4 begins, and immediately red racing towards that yellow button.
Ooh, doesn't quite make it, but look, instead of being stuck on the pillar, they managed to kind of avoid it. But the blue team does manage to secure their platform, thus getting the lead. You can see a Dadon School T3 Coder champs dancing on the white button. Is that a strategy that you think that's what they purposely coded, or is that a bug?
It could be. No, it definitely could be something that they coded.
So you're saying let's dance because it's not about getting points; it's about having fun.
I think it's style points they're looking for in this match, and not actual points.
Well, they got my points. If I was a judge and I could give points for style, then school would definitely get it. I can see the blue robot a bit stuck on the pillar. What are the odds that the red team wins here?
I don't know, but it looks like it's going to be a close match, even though red hasn't pressed a single button this match. They do make it quite a close match, and blue, however, do take the match in the end, thanks to actually moving one of the buttons.
Yep. Pressing button once was just enough to win the first game of region number 4.
Yep.
And now we see Shadow Bolts against Alvarado JHS.
And
If that's not your school, say hi in chat. If it's your school, say, oh my god, it's me.
Alright, magenta platform going to red right off the bat. Blue is right next to the button. Like, if he can get his robot onto the platform just a bit, onto the button just a bit, they might be able to counteract that platform domination coming out of red.
We can see hi, my name is Hi saying, oh my god, it's me. Well, hi. Which side are you, Shadow Bolts or Alvarado?
Red really going ham on this magenta platform. And they did let go of the buttons.
Yeah, Shadow Bolts are making waves. If Alvarado doesn't secure a platform in the near future, they might not have a chance at this one.
Yep, I mean, red secured quite a huge lead thanks to that one platform that they dominated the entire match. 260 to 80, it's looking very, very promising for Shadow Bolts. As they do take the match, 290 to 100.
Very solid work from Shadow Bolts.
Yep. Once again, very nice icon for the team. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's very probable that someone in this team designed it themselves. Some very cool. We've seen some very cool banners.
All right. To that guy who asked to be banned in chat, you're welcome. All right. Moving on to the next match. We got red racking up all these points right off the bat. They managed to get an early lead here by taking the yellow platform. They do move back to the yellow button, so they want to keep that platform under their control. And blue, in the meantime, is struggling to reach that first button and try and tilt one of the platforms towards themselves. So red racking up the lead, not really being contested so far, as the blue robot is standing in place.
Yeah, the terrain on the ground is just very, very difficult to meddle with. It's very, very hard to make it throughout this rough terrain. So no worries if you can't. But look how in this stage, look at the amount of points, just at this stage, I think it's enough to secure 1 or 2 or even, you know, three platforms is a lot of times enough to win the whole thing. But on the next round, on the top 16, it's going to be a lot tougher for teams to make it.
Yeah.
So you have to, I think you have to adjust it so that your code work on multiple stages, multiple times. It's not enough to secure a platform just once.
It might make sense, the next thing I'm about to say, but we can see that the teams whose robots are more active, moving around all the time a lot more, are usually the ones who rack up more points, and usually are the ones who win the matches too. So seeing a lot of movement, seeing the robots change their positions, reset themselves, trying to go for buttons, is very, very crucial to actually winning the match.
Yeah. A lot of the teams that were stuck in place are even if they had a piece of code that was being supposed to be ran, it's still very, very difficult to navigate if you're stuck on one of the pillars.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even if you had a very sophisticated code, once you're not being too close to the pillar, just makes your team stuck, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Blue moving around quite a bit here. They managed to secure that green platform for most of the match now, and red is trying to rack up some points to make their way back in, but 7 seconds left, and the difference is a bit too much here, and blue will take the victory here, 370 to 140.
Nice job.
Victory.
The Pirate Pandas from Hain Sport managed to make it on to the next stage. Nice job. Pirate Pandas. Have you ever seen a pirate panda?
I don't think I have.
Maybe on Pandaria on World of Warcraft. Maybe you have a pirate panda.
It seems kind of funny, a panda wearing a pirate hat with a parrot on their shoulder.
Yeah.
That would be quite a sight to see.
Yeah, a pirate panda. Something that's very, very cool on one hand, but very cuddly on the other.
Yeah, very intimidating and cuddly. Arr.
All right. So with that being said, let's make it to the next game.
Yep. Alright, we only got a couple more matches left in this region. And then we'll be moving on to the next region. Alright. So far,
Benjamin versus Tyler ISD. Let's see which one moves on to the next stage on our playoffs, CoderZ League, the inaugural season.
Blue racking up quite a few points there off the bat. Can red make a difference here? They tried to go for that yellow button, which currently has been pressed by blue, so blue secures all the points on that platform for now.
So we see someone in chat asking, why did they skip some schools? So as we said earlier, some of the games were skipped due to teams not submitting their code. There's nothing to worry about. If your team submitted their code and the opposing team did not, then you automatically move on to the next stage. But on the next stage, you're going to meet teams that are playing very, very hard. So make sure that until December 19 on 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you adjust your code accordingly.
Alright, and going back into the match, we have a dominating performance here from the blue team. 480 points, not an easy feat to achieve. Really only a handful of teams have gotten up to that sort of quantity of points so far today, so very well done.
Nice job. So now we have Bird Brains on the blue side against MS7 Sharks from the red team.
Yep. Right off the bat, blue managing to press the yellow button, so they're tilting that platform over towards them. Red trying to make their way towards one of the buttons, but they decide to reverse instead and take a nice little swim. Blue is really securing a lot of points thanks to that yellow platform.
Yeah, but be careful, because if you sit on that yellow button for too long, you might make the platform fall off, and it sounds like
they back off.
They backed off just in time. Do you think that was planned? It looks like it was.
I'm pretty sure it was. There's no way that they didn't plan that strategy very well. They decided to go all in on that platform until it was about to break, and then try and dominate a different platform. However, they did go to the same button. They decided to go to yellow button again, and that platform is going to collapse in the end, but we're nearing the end of the match, and it might not matter because they really took all they could from that platform. So 2 platforms left. Red hasn't really claimed one of them for their own.
Yeah, it looks like the securing a platform and moving off of it once it almost falls off looks like a very decent strategy. However, since when you move off that button, it kind of randomizes the buttons. You have to make sure you're not going towards the same button again, thus making the platform fall, losing that kind of advantage that you accumulated by tilting the platform before falling.
Alright, as we move on to the next match, both teams managing to get to one of those buttons very, very early. In fact, they went for the same button. Red team and the blue team going for that green button. However, the red team struggled to actually press the button, and the blue team decided to stay on that button.
Atomic Dragons versus TMSA Tigers. TMSA Tigers trying to make it towards the button. They managed to do it eventually, but just don't stay on it for long enough in order to tilt it. But Atomic Dragons, which is a very cool name, by the way, are managing to secure a lot of points due to how long they've been on the green platform. So every ball that's falling off is still tilted toward the blue team.
Yep, they managed to rack up a very respectable amount of points. They might even reach the 400 mark. Just one more point, one more ball, and they have it. 410 points. Again, a very respectable score. Small reminder that our high score of the game of the day so far is 680.
Wait, 600 and what?
80. 680. Almost 700 points.
680.
Yep.
That's crazy. This is the last game for region number 4. Let's see if it's going to end with a bang.
Alright, we're going to see an early take of the green platform here for the red team. So they take those initial points to themselves. Blue still looking for a button to press. They're going to reset by dropping into the water and going for the next button.
The AEPs are making sure their name is heard by securing an early lead, but they don't seem to be doing too much right now. Are you thinking what they planned is, okay, we secure a platform, we got this, we can chill?
It seems that way. I mean, they managed to get that early lead, and they're keeping it due to blue not really being able to stay on a button for too long. They've pressed the buttons, but then they've left the buttons, and therefore the platforms didn't really give them anything. They managed to reach 110 points, but at this point Red accumulated too much of a lead, and they are going to take this match. Last match of the region goes to AEPs.
AEPs defeating EWSMS Robotics.
Victory.
See you on the next stage. And something that's important to note, Aaron, is that the reason that just pushing a button for 1 second and then moving off of it is not enough is that we've added this leakage kind of property to the platforms, meaning if you're owning a platform, it's leaking until it reaches equilibrium. And what happens is if you only press the button for just a few seconds, it's just not enough to make it tilt. By the time that you move off, it already equalizes on the middle. So you have to stay on the button just at least a few seconds in order for it to tilt in your direction and to rack up all the balls that have been accumulated on it.
Yeah, teams do have to take that into consideration when they write their code, that just pressing the button for a second isn't enough. They have to spend a bit of time on it so they can secure the tilt of that platform in their favor, and then either move on to the next platform or stay on that platform.
Yep. So before moving on to region number 5, I want everyone in the chat to yell out your team name as loud as you can, and let's see which team name yells out the loudest. Let's move on to region number 5. See Codebreaker, SJA, Cool Coders, Golden Dawn, Knights of 88. Wow, so many wonderful teams shouting out their team name.
Island Guardians, Turbo Turtles, Table Saw, Mech-Tex, Panthers. There's so much representation here in chat. It's beautiful.
Turbo Turtles. That's just like the Atomic Dragon, a very cool name. But now on region number 5, we see the school from Hadslough Middle School on the gold team, which is the red team. And we have SJA, St. Joan of Arc, Cool Coders.
Yep, very nice little stash there collected by blue as they take the yellow platform. But immediately, in retaliation, red take the magenta platform and manage to get an equal amount of points.
On region number 5, we already have a very tough game. Both teams clearly in it to win it, as they say. Very nice coding from both teams.
Yep,
fantastic job.
They're both playing very, very well here, as they both are managing to, manage the platforms in a very, very good manner.
In a very good, manageable way.
Yep.
What is going on? Look at the amount of points.
Red
just coming out of nowhere.
Yep.
Racking up another,
Victory.
I think, accumulatively, 800 is the highest accumulated score we've seen from both teams. So, nice job by both teams.
Very well might be. I don't know if we've seen such a high scored match from both teams.
Yep. And now we have another team from St. Joan of Arc against Conti Coders.
Alright. We can see blue is going to be the first one to secure a platform as they go and press the green button. Just enough to tilt, and then they leave the button. So you can see here that there's very precise coding coming out of the blue team. They move straight back to the middle, turn around, and straight back to the button. This time it's going to be the magenta button. So blue's robot moving in a very, very intelligent fashion here. Some very nice code at work there.
Ooh, look at all the balls falling off the magenta platform for Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
St. Joan of Arc.
Meantime, red going for style points this game. We've got the the twirling spot dance that we've seen before.
Yeah. We're seeing a Fortnite dance coming from Conti CoderZ.
20 seconds left, and Blue has already racked up 300 points. No small feat. It is very, very impressive. They are playing a very clean game.
Yeah, St. Joan of Arc managing to press the platforms, the buttons very consistently. And as we said already, this is all autonomously, so fantastic job from St. Joan of Arc.
Yeah, absolutely
Persistent
fantastic.
team.
350 points.
350
very
points.
nice.
You're moving on to the next match. I see a lot of pogs in the chat. I hope you're cheering for one of the schools. And another game from Joan of Arc. Now the Cyber Knights against Stick Farm. Stick Fam.
Stick Fam.
Stick
All
Fam.
right.
Fam Squad.
Blue team taking the green platform nice and early, and red is trying to maneuver themselves towards that yellow button.
Yeah, it looks like the bait and switch tactic, but kind of the pillar again. It's like the pillar is a goalie, stopping teams. You can see that the Stick Fam team has managed to secure the green platform, making it fall due to an abusive use.
Oh, they decided to go all in on that platform and really take the most out of it that they could. So now it's useless to be on that green button anymore. So they're gonna want to move to a different button, unless red can do something to take those points that are accumulating on the other platforms. They're just gonna win thanks to that early lead.
Is that me, or there's a ball on the blue, on the magenta? But
it looks like, yeah, it looks like a ball has actually fallen onto one of the team's platforms there.
Wow.
That's
if it would have pressed the button, I think the collider of the object would have been able to press it down, and they would have had assistance from a ball.
Talk about rare occurrences in a game.
I hope we see a lot of crazy stuff like that today.
Yeah. You never know what the mechanics will cause the game to do sometimes.
Yeah, Cyberpunk just went out, and one of the funny things I love about games is that sometimes something unexpected happens, and you have some very rare occurrences that are very funny to look at.
Red taking firm control of this yellow platform. They're not letting go of that one. In the meantime, Blue trying to find their bearings, and they do move out eventually to one of the buttons.
And again, we see another platform close to collapse.
All right, red does collapse the yellow platform in the end. They're not moving on to other platforms, and that actually gives blue a chance to catch up. They're not too far behind, and their robot is still active, looking to get points from these other platforms, while red's robot has decided to just stay in place. So if blue can just secure one platform, they're moving towards the magenta button. They might be able to secure these last points, but they only run over that button and leave it immediately.
Come on,
and like
blue
we
team.
said, they need to stand on that button for a couple of seconds.
They're so close. Oh, they went. No, they went over it, and they just missed the button.
Such a close game. Blue almost managed to clinch the comeback there, but in the end, red team is going to be the victor here.
Nice job, Mustangs. Oh, so close. Such a close game. And another game from St. Joan of Arc School and against Totem Middle School. Let's see what Totem Tech team has up against St. Joan of Arc Knights.
Yep, we're Red going for that yellow button, but not staying on it long enough before being reset by the water.
Yeah, so one of the things that is important to emphasize is that you want your code to be as reliant as possible on sensors. When you say, for example, drive using time or distance, then it's not as accurate as using a sensor. So you really want your robot to rely on a sensor in order to tell it to stop, and not necessarily say drive for 4 seconds and then stop, because using a sensor is always more reliable than doing distance or time.
Yep, it's what we call robust code. Code that is basically can be adaptable to so many different situations and not just one very specific situation. That's a very important thing to remember when writing code, is that you don't want to assume very specific scenarios most of the time. You want to try and make it adaptable to more than one scenario.
Yeah, and we have Totem Tech Team taking the W right here on game 78, region number 5. Congratulations, we'll see you on the next stage on December 22nd. Now we have Union School versus Rochambeau Middle School.
Snazzy Chickens.
Snazzy Chickens. We got
Alright.
Steam Team 287.
Oh. Red managed to secure that green platform very early, and they're going to stay on it for quite a bit before leaving it. So currently, very good play coming out of the red team there, as they back off right back into the reset button and go for their next platform. Blue, playing pretty similarly. They managed to rack up a lot of points as well from their first platform, and now they're going for their second platform. Blue, however, does miss the button and fall off into the water, so they're just going to have to go for a new button, as red secures the yellow platform. They go back to the reset, and they're going to try and get a new button here. It's a very close match so far.
Yeah, are we going to have another draw? Let's see if the Snazzy Chicken manages to close this tiniest gap. 10 points is the smallest gap. Let's see if they can topple Steam Team 287. Now score is tied 200 to 200, but now as balls fall off platforms.
Very, very close match, but in the end, the red clinch it by just 40 points.
Nice job from Union School.
We have both teams playing very, very nice there. We can see a lot of activity coming out of their robots, but in the end, of course, red team decided to stick on those buttons just a bit longer and take a few more of those points from the platforms.
Yeah, that was very close, and this was a very, very interesting, another very respectful regions. A lot of teams putting their heart and soul into their code, into their robots. Very nice job from everyone participating. And I think it's a wrap for region number 5. And now, what comes after 5?
Are you really asking me that question, yes?
Region number 6, here we go.
Alright. Region number 6. We don't have many games in this region, so it'll be a pretty short region. Only 2 games.
Yeah, and the reason for that is when a team doesn't submit the code, the team against it automatically moves on to the next stage. So worry not, if you submitted your code and you did not see yourself play, that means you automatically moved on to the next stage. Match results will be updated once today's broadcast ended. So hang in there. And is it me or Robo Genius multiprocessors are doing a fantastic job, but ESPA Bot are giving it their best, almost closing the gap, but now Robo Genius.
Yeah, this is a close match so far. Both teams managing to secure platforms for themselves, and we've got a battle over the magenta. Well, magenta platform tips slightly in Blue's favor, and that is going to give them a bit more of a lead here towards the end of the match. 10 seconds to go, and Red might be able to pull out a win here if they can surprise the other team and take a platform. But in the end, Blue secures the yellow platform, the one that's accumulated all those points at the end to get up to 520 at the end of that match.
Wow. It looked close, but then at the end they exploded and took the yellow platform, and it was just enough to almost break the high score for the sum of points.
Yep.
But doesn't quite make it.
This might be a region with few games, but as we saw in this first game, high quality games.
High quality game indeed.
We still haven't seen anybody beat the high score of 680 from a single team.
What team?
Is extremely high, and nor have we seen anybody beat or any match go over our new high score that we're keeping track of, which is total points from both teams together, which is 800. So.
Yep, but I won't be surprised if that record is broken. We're seeing a lot of great coding from teams. By the way, all teams who are still waiting for the pro games, the Toppelbot games, just hang in there. After the broadcast, all junior games, we will move on after a short break to the Toppelbot. So hang in there. A lot of the games were canceled, so there's not much time. Sit tight. And are we seeing a team securing the magenta platform, getting almost 200 points from that platform alone?
Yep. Yellow platform is waiting to be harvested there. Doesn't seem like any of the teams will get it though at the end of this match, but Blue taking 450 points, very respectable score. They take the victory here against that red team. That is the second and final match of this region, region number 6, and pretty well played by all of those teams from that one region.
Yeah, HeroBots definitely the heroes of that match, if you catch my drift. This was a short region, but we have a lot more to go. Let's move on to region number 7.
Alright, match begins. Both robots with some very fast movement here.
Yeah, but maybe too fast. Blue team catches onto the pillar and is trying to desperately move off of it. Doesn't quite make it. Red team also stuck.
Yep, both teams struggling to get to those buttons and try and press one of those platforms into their favor. So in the meantime, all the points being racked up are just gravity doing its work.
Yep, you hate to see it, but it's a very difficult task this year. What do you think, Aaron? What could have been done onto the game in order to make it a little bit simpler for the teams?
Maybe, you know what? I don't know. I think maybe stressing out what objectives are important, as in how important it is to make sure you reach a button, how important it is to make sure you reset, and then working your code around that. Maybe that's some of the guidelines that can be given to these teams when they code next time for these matches. So very kind of slow game. in the end, blue comes out on top 200 to 160. We're going to move on to the next match.
The Visa Warriors. And now we have another team from Alvarado against Team Score. What do you think the score will be for Team Score from Score?
Well, judging by their name, it could be pretty high.
That's all they're focused on.
I sure have high hopes and expectations for Score.
If Score doesn't score a lot of score, I'll be disappointed.
I will too, you'll see. I will too. Alright, we're going to have another kind of slow match here. Blue's robot isn't moving. Red did move quite a bit in the beginning, but none of them really moving towards buttons. So,
oh, and look at Score. Score is really making a move here. Trying to move through the pebbles. Doesn't quite make it. Gives up halfway through. And then taking a nosedive. That's one way to take a fall.
So Yossi, how much time would you say these teams get in order to code, in order to create the code for these matches?
That's a great question. For the group stage ahead, approximately 2 weeks, and then another week to submit for the playoffs. So about 3 weeks total. Which is not a lot of time for such a complicated game that has been changed along the way. But nevertheless, Score has managed to get the higher score, even though it never scored.
Nice. Alright, moving along.
Game 100. That's a milestone.
Yep. We have already watched 100 games today.
Yeah, we did not, in fact. Some of the games are not played due to teams not sending in their code, but not to worry. On the 22nd, we're going to have the top 16, and most of those games will be played since those are teams that have already played on the top 32. So hang in tight, and don't forget to join us on December 22nd, same time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we have a very strong start from Evanus FLL. FLL, as you know, is First Lego League.
Oh, really?
So a team trying both of those competitions, a very competitive school, I guess, and it shows.
It definitely does. They've gathered quite a healthy lead in the first minute, and you can see that their robot is moving pretty intelligently across the board. In order to secure different platforms for their team. Both magenta and green tipping towards them. They're going to take that juicy jackpot that's been gathering up on the green platform.
A jackpot.
And just shoot up, straight up the score to 450. And 10 seconds left. Blue can't really do much about this. And we're going to see Red take the win with 450 points. Very, very respectable score.
Evanus.
Victory.
A force to be reckoned with on this region.
Yep. Alright, moving right along.
So someone's asking for team shout-out time. Maybe it is. Shout out your team name on the chat. Let's hear it. What team do you want to win CoderZ League 2020?
Alright, Red having a strong start here, taking the magenta platform for themselves. Blue still struggling to leave the center of the board. They're looking for their way to that first button. They are actually going to drive in a very nice little arc there towards the yellow button, but they're not on the button itself. They stopped short of it, so they're not going to be getting any points because of that.
Yeah, it seems like IDK, which stands for I don't know, have had one problem, which is selecting a team name, but creating a great code was not one of those problems, so great job.
Yep, Red doing a very fantastic job here of taking control of different platforms and racking up almost 300 points. That's going to be a nice, sweet victory for Red Team here. 390.
Victory.
Congratulations, IDK. Moving on to round of the top 16, which will be played on the 22nd of December.
Yep.
Now we see Hawks against the Pyromancers.
It's a pretty serious name for a serious team.
Let's see if they can set the stage on fire with their code. Hawks trying to leap onto the prey, which is the button, but misses it by a small margin. Pyromancers trying to set the button ablaze. Water is not their favorite element.
Yep. As we can see, both robots are kind of struggling to reach the buttons in order to tip the platforms. Once they do, though, they'll probably take a pretty enormous lead away from the other team, as the points are racking up on all three of those platforms. Just one tip of the platform could make the difference in this match.
Yeah, Hawks are gonna need some balls to fall off in towards the direction in order to make a stance.
Yeah. In the meantime, Blue is ahead by just a bit. None of these platforms actually got pushed to either side, but Blue is going to take the win by 30 points only.
Pyromancers did not get fired up enough in order to touch the buttons, but they did manage to get the W here. So congratulations, we'll see you on the next round. And we've seen a bit more of a sleepy region, but maybe the next one will make up for that.
Yep. Hopefully the teams that are watching their matches can learn a lot from their from what they see here. Mainly how they approach the different objectives, how they approach reaching the buttons, how they approach getting different platforms under their control.
Yep, we have Team Puerto Rico against another FLL team.
Yep, so we see Red taking a very dominating control over the magenta platform, as Blue has yet to find control of a platform for themselves.
Yes, very solid code coming in from the red team. And have you noticed that every single time I've said it, that's when a team has been stuck onto the pillar? So maybe I should stop saying it. But
it's called Caster's Curse.
Yeah, it's Caster's Curse, definitely. But it was still enough to secure a very strong lead. We see the after mentioned dance from the blue side, trying to get some style points, which I would award if I could, and they take a nosedive.
Yep, Blue not managing to secure any of the platforms for themselves, leaving Red securely in the lead here, and they do take the match in the end. 340 points, very nice done.
Victory.
What would
Nice
you
job.
say is the point threshold between a team that doesn't really perform versus a team that actually, gets stuff done on the map?
Well, this is a tough game. So doing anything, even getting to the button and pressing it, is already pretty difficult. So any team that manages to press a button is already an impressive feat. As we see here, red team secures their green platform, manages to get a lot of liquid into the container, getting some very much needed points onto the red side.
Yeah, green platform is firmly in their control as red resets and starts to go for another platform there. Blue doing that nice little twirl dance there at the beginning. Not far behind. They might want to consider getting a platform though before time runs out, as red is racking up more of those points with that green platform control.
Yep. Red team is trying to do the good old reset. Blue team is, maybe they're trying to use a sensor to detect something, but maybe they're just rotating too fast in order for the sensor to send back the answer saying, "Hey, I found the color you're looking for."
What's the range of the sensors, by the way?
So sensors are pretty good for almost the whole platform.
Well done to the red team, by the way.
Yeah, so
Victory.
there shouldn't be a reason. But once you're driving so fast, or maybe there's a logical, error in your code that makes it so that the robot doesn't stop when it finds it. But even rotating so fast is giving a really hard time for the sensors to walk on to the colors.
Sounds like little nuances that the students and coders should be aware of when they approach their code. Because if they start spinning and they're relying on sensors, but because of the speed that they're spinning at, the sensors kind of go on and off too quickly, it might really just not allow them to secure their objectives.
Yeah, that's true. And we're seeing Bridgeport in a lead.
Yeah.
Looks like a very solid lead.
Yep.
Spence team is not even dancing. Skip the style points.
Red with that early lead that they secured, they're just going to keep it as blue is struggling to find a control over one of those platforms.
Spence team! Look, I think they're hanging on for dear life.
They might be afraid of swimming.
I don't know many robots that love swimming, but Bridgeport is going to have none of it, and they are going to take the W.
Victory.
And win match number 106. Congratulations. We'll see you on the next stage. And more pandas, not pirate pandas, but robo pandas.
Ooh.
Against the masked invaders.
We've got a large variety of pandas in this tournament. Pirate pandas, robo pandas. Maybe in the future we'll also see like samurai pandas or something.
That might as well be an option. You know, pandas are pretty popular, I guess, thanks to Kung Fu Panda and other franchises.
Yep, and just being too darn cute.
When I was younger, it was all about sharks.
Sharks?
You wanted to be the shark team.
Huh.
The Robo Sharks.
Alright, both teams kind of struggling to get to a button, but as we can see, blue does manage to reach the yellow button now, so it is tilting in their favor. They're going to take a nice little bounty there.
A nice little
bounty, more than doubling their current score.
Quadrupling their points, I think.
Just a tiny little, insignificant, very significant bounty.
Yeah. That's a great part. Even if you're behind, you always have a chance to come back. And the Mask Invaders saying, you know what, I think I'm going to take the W here, and getting a lot of points for securing the yellow platform. Nice job,
Victory.
Robo Mind Tech. Mask Invaders with another great logo.
Yeah. Taking a nice decisive victory there and scoring a nice, good, respectable amount of points.
Yes. And now another case where two teams are from the same school, Spence School. We have Spence Team 3 versus Spence Team 4. We have the red team securing the red platform, the green platform, by getting this liquid onto the container. But be cautious, and they are cautious. They move out. They don't let the platform collapse, as we've seen many times before. What will they do now? Looks like they're going to the magenta. Almost hits it. Oh, that's so close.
Yeah, they need to correct their course. This is another school rivalry, inter-school rivalry that we're seeing here as well. Same school, different teams.
I really hope Team 3, once, if they don't make it to the next round, they join to Team 4 and cheer them on the next stage, because this is a hard challenge and they need all the help they can get.
Yep, meantime Red really showing us how it's done. Really showing us how they reverse back to the reset, how they get past the rough terrain and press those buttons, getting control of the platforms, and they take the win here, 280 to 130, 290, right at the end there.
So as we expected, Spence Team 1 from Spence School.
Victory.
Just kidding. Team 4, congratulations. We'll see you on the next round. And now we have Z CoderZ. Do you think it's Z CoderZ or Z CoderZ?
Good question.
Should ask them that.
I'll let chat decide.
Chat, do you think it's Z CoderZ or Z CoderZ?
How would you
Against
pronounce their name?
Cuphead, which is a very popular game from, I think, 3 years ago. Z CoderZ almost falling off, changing direction, and falling off. It's a very close one. They were close to both buttons.
Yep. The blue team getting very close to the magenta button there. And see if he manages to turn around and find it there. And in the meantime, red also just passing that magenta button to the side.
Come on, Z CoderZ. You got this. Going towards the green, it was like, let's try for yellow, no, let's try magenta, no, let's try green, no, magenta. It's enough for them to press the button once. And they do it!
Oh, they find the button.
Oh my days.
All right, here comes the amount of points going in to Blue's account there. 290 points. Right towards the end of 10 seconds left, and they secure that platform, secure themselves a very nice win.
Yep, they didn't want to leave it up to luck, and they have took the win. Great job from Z CoderZ. You've done it and made it on to the next round.
All right, moving.
And this is the final game for region number 7. Another team from Bridgeport against the Chapin School. Active CoderZ.
Yep. Very. Oh, look at that! Look at that slow and meticulous control there coming out of the blue robot. They move themselves very surgically onto that green button, taking control of the platform there very nicely.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yep.
Red team almost presses the yellow button. That would have been a huge amount of points.
Yep, they're looking to reset and try a different button now, as blue is also looking to secure themselves a different platform now that green platform is firmly in their control.
We have some very, very nice coding. Almost hits it. Blue takes the reset.
Yep. Red team's still struggling to find those buttons. Only 20 seconds remaining.
Red team almost. Oh, and they do. And they do.
They found the yellow platform. The yellow platform is heavy. It has so many points on it. Will this bring them back into the game? This could be a huge comeback.
Oh my god!
Wow. They gained so many points, but unfortunately Blue secures the green platform as well right at the end there, getting just that little bit they needed in order to keep themselves ahead and take the victory.
And
what a great ending to this region. Wow.
Wow, Bridport winning the thing. Almost like it was so close. I was sure the blue team is going to win, but then I mean the red team was going to win, but then what a game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more exciting things about these games is once one of the teams gets one of those platforms that's been waiting for a while, you know, and has a bunch of points racked up on it, and all of a sudden they jump ahead because they get all of them at once.
Yeah.
Like, it could turn games around completely.
Active Coders, I mean, maybe you lost the match, but for me, you're winners, because this was great.
That was a super close match, very fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching you, and I will love to see you on the next competition, which is coming on February 15. We're going to have a Spring League edition. So if your team wants to participate again, so go ahead on to CoderZLeague.com/contact-us and sign up to the next iteration of the league for Season 2, Spring Season, CoderZ League 2021. And with that being said, Region 7 is over. Let's move on to Region number 8.
Alright. Oh, here's a name we actually saw in chat earlier. The Turbo Turtles.
Oh, it's a Turbo Turtles.
Yep. They are going to be on the red side of this match.
Let's hear your Turbo Turtles from Wellington.
Any Turbo Turtles in chat here? How about any BIS-tronics in chat? Start spamming your Pog chats reasonably, please. Don't fill the chat with it, but spam it nicely.
Let's hear you, Turbo Turtles. Securing the yellow platform.
Yep,
but BIS-tronics are giving it their all. It's a very close match.
Yep, even though Turbo Turtles did take the yellow platform, BIS-tronics did secure quite a few points here early on. But now, Turbo Turtles getting the magenta platform as well, and that's going to give them a very nice influx of points.
There's something so satisfying about the sounds when the balls are falling off into the basket. Yeah, you love to hear it.
Yeah.
Just Turbo Turtles need to get off the button before the platform collapses.
Yep, they're getting quite a good amount of points here. They're going to pass the 400 at the end of the match here for sure.
Ooh.
Magenta platform is going to collapse, but at this stage of the game, doesn't matter really. It's only a couple seconds left till the end as Turbo Turtles secure their victory with a whopping 410 points over BIS-tronics with the 100 points.
410 points. A very strong first game.
Victory.
On region number 8. Turbo Turtles are fast to advance to the next stage.
Yep. We have two teams made out of wood in this match. Barbecued wood versus cider wood bottoms.
Yep. Barbecued wood. Cheddar.
Alright.
We have a lot of wood in both teams.
Blue immediately getting control of that yellow platform.
Wow.
Very nicely done, and they reverse all the way back to the reset button. Are they going to go forward? They're going to go up towards that green button.
Will they make it? Are they going to make it?
They missed the green button by a bit. I wonder if they have any correction code to fix that. If not, we might just see them reverse back and try again later.
That was so close. But look at how consistent they are. They don't jump into the water. They know exactly where they're going, what they're doing.
Yep. They set their trajectory and then they go forward. But as you can see, their planning isn't perfect. They still have that little problem where if they're just slightly off with their trajectory, they go right next to the button, and then they're not on the button, meaning they lose a lot of precious time there.
Yeah, that terrain is tough, but they overcome it, and they manage to secure the magenta platform. We're going to see a lot of balls
They're
falling
already
in.
at 220. This influx is going to bring them up so high. 400 points.
They crossed the 400-point mark.
Wow. 420. What a great score. And we have seen so many high scores from these very recent matches. It's actually pretty impressive.
Nice job from Wood Robotics.
Move on straight to the next match.
Now I have Team Heat versus Code of the Eagles.
Alright, let's see. Red very slowly and methodically making their way onto that magenta button and securing that platform for the red team. Blue trying to find their way across this rough terrain towards the green button, but not really succeeding so far, as red is just deciding to take firm control of this platform. Maybe even collapse it, who knows? We'll find out soon enough.
Yes, it's very important to note that maybe I think if I was a coach or a team captain or just a team member watching this game, I think there are a lot of things that I would have already thought of, saying, you know what, when I adjust my code on the next round, I want to make this change and that change. So I think it's very valuable to kind of look at your code and understand what went wrong, what could have been done better, and improve it in order to make sure you win the next one.
Yeah.
The magenta platform falls off the face of the earth.
Yep, but red really milked it for all it had, and they get up to 300 points, taking a nice firm victory over the blue team.
Good job, Team Heat. You brought in the heat, and you left with a W.
Victory.
Victory.
Alright, next match.
So game 123.
Yeah. Another reminder, if you guys see skipping in the game numbers, it's just because some of the games aren't actually being shown because some of the teams didn't submit code. Therefore, the teams that did submit the code are basically being moved up automatically to the next stage of the playoffs. So that's why you see skipping in the game numbers, and that's why you might see fewer games than expected today in our broadcast.
Yep, we have the Cyborgs versus Young Women's PA Mom D.
Oh. Alright, so this is an interesting game. As soon as we see each team getting control of a different platform, we know it's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's anyone's game at this point, Aaron.
However, here's the difference. Blue has taken control of the green platform for longer than the red took control of the magenta platform because they stayed on the button longer. They poured more liquid into that container. So now that green platform is firmly in their control, and as it is, they managed to go and secure the yellow platform as well, giving them a huge advantage as they have two platforms under their control, and they're already at 410 points.
Yes, and look how close this match is. They are both very solid in taking the platforms, but I think the timing of taking those platforms was just different, and the strategy of the Cyborgs of securing it later worked out. So congratulations, Cyborgs.
Beautiful game played by both of them. Lots of points, 520 points by Cyborgs. Very, very impressive. Nice way to round out that little segment of ours.
Yeah, that was one of the most solid games we've seen all day. It's just this game is difficult, and when you see two teams where their strategies are colliding, and you see how the strategy of one team pays off, it's just beautiful.
Yeah. By the way, I want to just give a quick shout out to all everybody who's been working on all the art and stuff inside the game. If you look at the arena, it looks very, very cool. I want to see PogChamps in chat if you guys agree with me. It looks very, very competitive and very kind of exciting. So really cool stuff to watch.
PogChamps, to the team that worked on this project, you rule. And obviously, cheers to all students, all coaches, all alumni, all teachers who worked hard to make sure their team participate. All those who had their hands in this, thank you so much for making it happen. With that being said, let's continue into the games.
All right, next match underway. All right, and immediately Team Timberwolves secure the magenta platform nice and early. That's going to be in their control. We're going to see how much liquid they decide to pour in before they change their focus to another platform. As Blue did manage to push the yellow platform to their side just for a bit. Just for a bit, so they didn't fall too far behind. But as we can see, Timberwolves did get quite a good lead there with that green platform, and now the magenta platform as well is under the control, and the points are just jumping up further and further
and
for
look
this
how,
team.
How devastating it is when both teams go for the same platform, but one was there just a tad bit earlier.
Yeah.
It's just so devastating to be sitting on a platform that is being controlled by someone else, and they're there before you. It's just so devastating. You have to, you can kind of ask the game what's going on with your code, and you need to always put lines into the code that ask those questions to make sure you're not wasting valuable time on platforms that are already being secured by the opposing team.
Yep. Having said that, very good match played here. 410 points for Team Timberwolves, close to 200 by creative competitors, and that was a lot of points, I must say. We're going to move back to a game we skipped by accident earlier, game 118, and then we'll go back to our original flow of the games.
Yeah, match 118, if that's your team, this is the game to watch. You have Team B versus X-State Buzzbees.
Yep. Both teams moving towards the green platform, but because red got there first, then the platform's gonna stay in control with red. And we see blue backing off immediately. Like you said, asking the questions in the code, making sure they're not wasting valuable time, and blue did just that. They managed to back off, seeing that the green platform is not going to give them anything, and they move on to the yellow platform. And they're going to secure the yellow platform. So I'm really liking this play out of the blue. Securing that different platform, as you can see, just got them back into the game.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need to waste a lot of time on a single platform. You have to touch it, get all the points that were idle, and then quickly move on to the next one to harvest all those balls that are just sitting there waiting to be taken.
This is a super close match. I actually don't know who's going to win. And I see blue going for the magenta, though, and the magenta hasn't been touched this match. This could be huge.
Whoever takes a magenta,
for blue.
I think it's blue.
There it goes. It's all going in there.
Oh, my days.
And they just jump straight up to 500 points versus Team B's 330. This is
This is a high score?
This is the high score for total points combined. We're up to 860 points combined.
Wow, 860, smashing the previous
Yeah, both
high
teams
score.
playing out of their minds. Well done.
Wow, both teams, congratulations. You've done an amazing job that game. Wow, we've seen some games that looks like they are the finals. Like, how good are those students?
I mean, it shows you a couple things, right? For one, it shows you how good they are at coding, right? They learned how to code for this stuff, and their coding is working very well. And it also shows you that they're thinking about strategy.
Yep.
And that's also beautiful to watch, to see how the teams handle different situations. That last team backed off of a platform that was in control of the other team, and they came back.
They were on the
Amazing
next
to watch.
level. Yep. This was next level gameplay we've seen here. Some of the teams here are definitely contenders to win CoderZ League 2020. We've seen some crazy games, and to think that whoever coded those robots are students is incredible.
Yep.
Just kudos to the teachers of those students.
Coming
and
back
the students
into this
themselves.
match, it's very, very close, by the way. 30 seconds left, and it's neck and neck. Both teams really, really even. None of the platforms really tilting in either one's favor. They did get a bit of control early on, but now they're just waiting to see, you know, who gets the benefit from just kind of gravity taking the balls their own way. Blue 20 points behind. Will they get lucky here with another 2 points? There's one, but red gets another one.
Almost.
Very, very close.
Just barely.
Victory.
Ultimate Coders making it to the next round. Congratulations. Now we have Team Kings versus Public Static Void. A little coding joke there.
Yep, immediately both teams managing to secure a button very, very quickly.
Yeah, both teams. Red team secures the green platform. Blue team secures the yellow platform. Yellow stays on the button, whereas the red team, Team Kings, is trying to mix things up a bit, take control of the magenta instead.
Yeah. So we see two very distinct strategies coming out here. Blue is going and securing this yellow platform for a long amount of time. Maybe they'll switch up to a different platform, whereas red decided to take one platform and immediately move to another platform as well. Try and diverse those platform choices and get as many points as possible from different ones. So now blue backed off from the yellow, and they might look to take a different platform.
Yes, Public Static Void, making sure their presence isn't as void. Doing crazy work here. And we can see Team Kings securing the yellow platform. Oh, but they don't stay on it enough, since as you can see, the blue team has a lot of weight over there, so it won't be as easy as Team Red.
Yeah, it looks like this blue strategy really paid off, just keeping yellow platform in their control and getting a nice steady flow of points in their favor throughout the entire match. It seemed to pay off here as they take the victory, 410 points versus 180.
Void made their victory very public and never static.
Victory.
Gateway Middle School doing wonderful job. Moving on to the next round. Nice job.
Alright, and immediately both robots moving towards buttons right in front of them.
Yes, each one. Although I think the blue team did not manage to tilt the magenta. They needed to stay just a bit longer. Y laser.
They didn't stay quite long enough on the button, so they reset and they try and go again for a different button. In the meantime, red taking firm control of this yellow platform now. They actually turn around in order to go back, which is interesting. We've seen other teams just reverse it back, and red decided to actually turn around and make a forward movement back into the center. They're going right back to the green button again, They're taking some nice control of these platforms.
Yep. I think the red team is very consistent. They've managed to secure each one of the platforms.
That's a great word to use here, consistent. I really love red team's consistency here.
Yeah, fill in the blank. Their code was definitely not blank. And if they take the magenta, which they will, we might see a high score here. Ooh. Very close.
Oh, wow.
580.
That's a lot of points right there. They're going to hit the 600. They're going to hit the 600. Can they set a new high score? Do you think they can get another 70 points?
I don't think they
so
quite
close.
make it. But I think they're second place, 620 for fill in the blank.
Wow.
For Mill Creek. I think it says elementary school. If those students are from elementary school,
that's insane.
They have a very promising future.
Great. That's
if they
great.
can code like that. Great job.
Unbelievable score there, 620. That's probably our second highest of the day.
Yep.
Well done.
Well done indeed. Now we have the Gateway Ghost against the analytic speed from Tumbar Creek.
All right, immediately getting some points off of that magenta platform for the blue team. Red team still thinking about where they want to move. Meantime, blue strategy working really nicely. They press the button, they stay on a couple seconds, and then they move in that. You see what blue's doing? They're moving in an arc across the terrain, or at least they did going backwards.
Yeah, so something that's important to keep note that even though you manage to get from the starting point to the button, when you go back in reverse, that doesn't mean necessarily that the point where you end on the white button is going to be exactly the same as the one where you started. So moving back and forth is not always going to pay off. Sometimes you have to adjust your robot's trajectory in order to sit in a way that moving forward will put you back into the same path to the button.
Yeah. But as it turns out, they are going to take this match quite convincingly. 310 points is a very, very respectable score here for Gateway Ghosts as they take that match. And that ends our
Victory.
8th bracket, I believe.
Yes. Region 8 is in the books, and Gateway Middle School is our last team from Region 8 to make it to the next stage. Wonderful job. We've seen some incredible games. We've seen one middle school doing a fantastic job and very inspiring to me as someone who studied coding. Seeing students at this young age getting a chance to code, it's just incredible.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing I saw that round was definitely the adjustment of one team to what was happening during the round. They saw that a platform was taken that they just reached, and they changed plans, and they went for other platforms, and they managed to come back from that match. It was super impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think level 1 of this competition was being able to consistently get to the buttons, and then level 2, as we've seen now, is being able to react to the opponent's code. And I would really love to see what level 3 looks like.
Yeah, let's get some PogChamps in chat for all of the teams that played so far. This has been a treat to watch so far.
Definitely, and we don't have much more for the Junior League, but here we are with region number 9. Let's go straight into the game. Have Hot Java versus ASIANS, stands for Supermind in a very long name. But Hot Java, if they would have participated in the Pro League, they would have had a chance to write their code on Python. But maybe they will next year.
Oh really? What languages are these codes written in?
So the students on the Junior League are using what's called Block League, which is a special programming language that uses special blocks that look like lines of code. And the Pro has an option between using Block League, but a bit more complicated blocks, and Python. And teams who are coding with Python, I salute to them, because that just adds another whole layer of depth.
Yeah.
But Python lets you do a lot more with your code, because you can do anything that Python allows.
Yeah. Back to the match here. Blue team is doing one hell of a job here, getting a lot of points. Really, really nice control of the platforms here for the blue team, as they almost get up to 400 points right towards the end of the match. Hajava just can't keep up, and victory will go to the blue team this time. Well played.
Hajava with a somber performance.
Victory.
ASIANS with the ramen noodles, winning and moving on to the next round. Good job.
Next round. You know, that block code really reminds me of something. I was familiar with another programming language that had sort of similar principles. They used to install it, I think, on Raspberry Pis, which are, you know, these little tiny computers.
Yeah.
So I really like the concept behind that sort of programming language, because it allows you to learn how to program in a much simpler manner.
Yep. And we have the Flying Bobs versus Mectex.
Yep, so far even game, both teams getting control of a different platform.
Now we see the magenta platform being taken over by the red team. Do you imagine Flying Bobs is just someone named Bob, which is flying in multiples?
I mean, maybe there's a lot of people named Bob
In
who
the
just
team.
got together and decided to start flying.
Oh, that's a very interesting.
I mean, have you watched
Suggestion.
Mighty Ducks? They do a flying V in that movie.
Yep, that's true. And as we speak about it, Flying Bobs are flying high, managing to secure the green platform as well. Mectex are doing a great job as well, but Flying Bobs are just unstoppable.
Yep. They're miles higher than their opponents here, as they secure a huge platform there with yellow, taking up to 600. They hit the 600 mark. Wow. Once again, one of the higher scores we've seen of the day.
The Bobs did a good job flying, and they take this W in game 132. And now we're moving on to 133 on region number 9. Let's go. Cybertronics versus Mighty Megabytes.
Let's go. Alright, we see blue take control very quickly of the yellow platform, and red getting into position onto the magenta button here.
That's an
taking the
even
magenta
game.
platform.
Both teams managing to secure a platform.
Yep, that's going to be a nice steady source of income for those teams for a good 30 seconds with how long they've been standing on that button. Red's going to drop into the water and reset themselves so they can go for a new button. And, oh, it looks like they're going to challenge the yellow here.
Oh, and both teams are on the yellow platform,
Yup.
which is going to make it fall off.
Yep. And that actually is good for red, because yellow was the source of income for blue until now, and blue hasn't decided to go for a different button.
Yes, Cybertronics have to get out of the yellow button. Mighty Megabytes are already looking for a reset here to go to another one, but Cybertronics being solid on one platform usually worked up until now, but the Mighty Megabytes are having none of it. They are mighty.
They are mighty, and they are making sure that they diversify their choices of platforms. They're even going to get a nice huge chunk here right at the end and take the game 350 to 190.
Victory.
Very nicely done.
The Mighty Megabytes taking home a mighty win. Nice job. We'll see you on the next round. Now we're seeing Apple Pie versus the Daring Dragons. We've had Atomic Dragons. Now the Dragons have started being daring.
We've got dragons, we've got pandas, we've got any animal you want in here. Whether they be real or mystical.
Yep, both teams managing to secure a platform. Daring Dragons take the magenta, and the Apple Pie's taking the yellow.
Yep. So once again, different strategies here. Blue decides to go for short presses, whereas red is going for the long press onto the yellow platform. And now they're resetting. Red's going to look for a different platform, making sure the yellow is completely in their grasp.
Yes, both teams looking very solid, trying to make sure they manage to secure one more platform. That might be the difference maker. Apple Pie with a very long reverse. I'm trying to figure out what code they wrote to make them go that way. Maybe there's a loop that the robot is stuck in that makes them go in reverse.
It could be. It could be that both teams got stuck in some sort of loop, as we can see their robots kind of not really being in control of themselves here. But because of the long press on the yellow platform that red took, they secured their lead quite firmly here, and that will give them the win this match. So well played by Apple Pie.
Nice job by the Apple Pie, moving on to the next round.
Something I've noticed, and I don't know, maybe this is the meta of this season of the game, but it seems like longer presses are more beneficial to the teams that do them.
Yes.
The teams that kind of take a platform for an extended period of time early on are usually the ones who win the match.
Yes, I think consistency is the name of the game at this point of the competition. Since many of the teams did not manage to consistently move between platforms, by the time you get to secure one, maybe it's better for you to secure it wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And we do see Cyber Tigers managing to secure their second platform. They're taking advantage off the magenta. Now they take the yellow.
Both teams are playing really nicely. I like this. Once again, Cyber Tigers going for the shorter presses, but not short enough that they're not gaining points from those platforms. While CoderZ, they took control of that green platform for quite a long time, and now they're going and changing their focus onto the magenta platform, going for those long presses.
Look at the weight. Look at the weight. Both teams are fighting over the magenta, and the blue team had an edge, but now it's going off, meaning it will be surrendered to the red team, which has given it up. And you see how it's tilted towards red, so it paid off. Wow, what a close match!
Oh wow, blue just got a nice influx. They might actually still be in this. Just a few more points.
Come on! We're going to see it. No, almost had.
Very, very close game there.
Yeah.
I was impressed by both teams here. They played very, very well. Both strategies seemed very, very sound. But in the end, I guess the longer presses really do work better, don't they?
So CoderZ did the reverse Uno card of CoderZ League of basketball. Because what they did is they joined the platform after the blue team was on it. And at the beginning, it was non-beneficial because the blue team had control over it and they were both pressing it. But the blue team gave up on the platform and it was already starting to tilt, and it was just reversed by CoderZ. So they harvested all the points, thus getting the W here. Fantastic job by both teams. Another very, very close game. Just goes to show how every line of code can make the difference between a win and a loss.
Yep, definitely. That was great. That was a great match to finish up that that bracket there. And I guess we're just gonna move on to the next one.
Yes, let's.
is underway. Both robots making way towards that middle button there.
Ooh.
Red's gonna beat them to it, getting the yellow button, taking that yellow platform.
Aquamarine Otters tilting the yellow platform. Very smart strategy, saying, okay, there aren't many balls when the game starts on the platform. Let's take it just a few seconds and then move on to the next one. And now we see the blue team for the second time being so close to getting the button, but then the Pillar of Doom kind of stops them from doing it. This pillar has been the absolute detriment of all these teams.
Yep, it definitely tests, once again, that concept that we brought up earlier, the robustness of their code, how they handle different situations and not plan on a very specific one.
Yes, maybe it's better to have a line of code that says, if for some reason we get to a situation, let's reset, or let's go back to the yellow, to the white button in the middle. It's very important to make sure your robot is ready for various situations where it can get itself out of harm's way, which is the mighty pillar that's in the middle.
Yeah. And despite that, I mean, they didn't lose by a lot here, so only a 70-point difference as Red Team does take the W there.
Yeah.
Victory.
While I would say all these kids did so great in all of this coding, the next step to, the next evolution they could take is to really ask more questions about what's going on while their code's running, right? It's just asking those questions. What happens now? What happens in another couple seconds? What happens then? Like, what happens if, right? And then using those questions in order to create more code that will allow them to deal with situations that they might not have expected.
Yes. Now we have another very close game. Robotic Wizard versus Epic CoderZ. Seeing some very solid coding. Epic CoderZ are making waves in the way to the magenta platform. Do manage to press the button just barely. The tail of the robot touches it, but doesn't stand there enough time. Meanwhile, Robotic Wizard is latching onto the magenta platform, which is eventually going to fall off. So it's enough for Epic CoderZ to secure one more platform that isn't the magenta, obviously, to take a win. But if it doesn't manage to do so, then Robotic Wizard are going to take the win here. But do they?
Epic CoderZ, they got the green button.
Hold your breath. Hold your breath.
They got the green button. Here comes the points. They pass Red.
Epic CoderZ make it just in time.
Huge influx there, right at the end, managing to take the win right out from under Red's feet.
On the last second of the match.
This game really demonstrates how the collapsing mechanic of the platform is super important, so that you can't just rely on one platform like the red team did. You can't just go sit on a button and wait to win. It won't work if the other team knows to go to the other platforms.
Yes.
Alright, next game underway. Green platform immediately in blue's control here.
Coding Assassins versus Robo Chizwiz. We can see Coding Assassins assassinating the green platform in order to garner valuable points. Meanwhile, Robo Chizwiz trying to hit the magenta button, not quite making it.
Now blue just getting a nice advantage here, but wasting a bit of time there as he did not reset the buttons. So as long as those buttons aren't reset, he's not actually gaining any platforms. If Red can find their way towards one of the platforms that's accumulated all these balls, they might just get back into this game.
Yep, Coding Assassins are very much in the lead. Will take a miracle for Robo Cheese Whiz to change this around.
Yeah. Will they make it? It seems like Blue will keep the lead, take the win. 270 to 140.
Victory.
Nice job. And moving on to the next game, game 142. Tigers Gold versus Micro Lassie.
Yep, Michael Lassie immediately finding their way to the magenta button. That was a very smooth trajectory they took there. They take it for a bit, and then they go for the reset. So Red's going for short presses, but not too short as to not get any points. Meantime, Blue doing the same, but moving a bit slower than the red team is. Red find their way already to a second platform, and actually they don't benefit from that button because the yellow platform was already tilted towards Blue. So the time they spent on that button didn't give them any advantage, it didn't give them any points. That might end up costing them a lot later on in this game. Alright, magenta tipped very nicely towards Blue as Red struggling to keep up. Yellow platform's tilted towards Red, but is
Did you
it
see the
enough?
trajectory that Tigers Gold just made onto the button? They just fell off, but the way that they came back from the yellow button, just to remind you, this is all autonomous. So knowing where you are exactly in order to make your way exactly back to the middle is an impressive feat on its own.
Yep. And Tigers Gold to take the win, 360 to 260. I have to say, both of their robots look very, very well executed. Like, it looked like their code knew what it was doing. So.
Yep. Tiger Gold taking the W. Congratulations. We'll see you on the next round. And now we have the Penguin Squadron versus Cosmic Coders.
Alright, last match of this region.
Region 9 coming into an end after this last game. We're seeing red team trying to get to the magenta button. Looks like they will make it.
Yep, that magenta ramp gonna go towards red now as Blue secure the yellow for themselves and then go for the reset through by sinking themselves in the water. Now, what's Blue's trajectory next? What button is he going for? He's gonna go rush straight at that green button.
Oh, wow. Did you see that? That was beautiful.
He landed on it very nicely, I gotta say. That green button gonna score them a lot lot being the only platform that hasn't been touched yet.
Nice.
Very nicely played by Blue. And Red still managing to get control of some platforms here. Gonna have to find a way to get back into this game though. Needs to go for the reset in order to tilt another platform.
The Penguin Squadron just doing incredible work at getting towards the platforms they want, and another huge amount of points by securing the magenta platform. The Penguin Squadron are doing an incredible job at consistently getting to the buttons from the middle.
Yeah.
Nice job. They will take the win.
They will take the win, but Red gave such a good fight there. Very, very close match, even though it doesn't look that close, but just by looking at the amount of points each team got, those are very high scores.
Yep.
Both of those scores.
Westside Elementary has done an incredible job getting over 300 points, but the Penguin Squadron was just they've just done incredible work in being able to to get this fast route towards the buttons. Just looks great. They've done incredible work. Thinking back in mind, this is all autonomous. These are all students, not grown people. Is incredible to think students at this age can code this well. Those it looks easy. You know, it looks easy, but it's very, very difficult. This terrain is very difficult to navigate through. So, amazing job for both teams. This was Region 9. We're coming close to the end of the junior playoffs. We only have Region 10, Region 11, and then a very special region. And after that, we will be having a very short intermission. And after that, we're going to see some pro division games. And you want to stick for those games, even if you are from the junior league, because the pro game, oh, it's dandy. It's very, very, very cool. So what do you say, Aaron? Move on to Region 10?
I'm ready. Let's bring it.
Let's bring it on. Region 10.
Alright, first game of Region 10 underway. We see the robots making their way towards their first button. Blue's gonna find their way to the green button as red takes the yellow platform. Each one securing a platform. Blue goes for the reset by sinking himself and going for a new platform. Not really securing the green for too long. So blue going for short presses, red going for long presses. As I've kind of stated earlier, I think the long presses have seemed to be the better play throughout the matches we've seen so far. But we'll have to see. Blue is in the lead, so maybe they know what they're doing here. Yellow platform is quite securely in red's grasp, but red now needs to find a different platform. Instead, they're back onto that yellow button.
Yes, a very back and forth game. Both teams are doing an incredible job, and how blue team manages to secure the green platform before taking a tumble, but nonetheless, just garnering all of those balls that were resting on the platform is a huge, huge, huge help towards their score. Red team might be able to switch things around, but
just not enough time left in order to make the comeback. And blue team do take the win. This time, showing that short presses can lead to victory over long presses.
Yes. Congratulations to the challengers. Now we have Team A versus Storybread.
Okay. Interesting name.
I love bread.
You love bread.
Who doesn't love bread?
Who doesn't love bread, right? Alright. Look at Team A moving very slowly and methodically towards the magenta button. And they get it. And now that platform is tilted in their favor. Red missed the button. And now it seems like they're stuck on the wall. We've seen this happen quite a few times, where if they miss the trajectory and then try and turn back and get stuck on that wall, they might just be stuck there for the rest of the match, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Once you get stuck onto the Pillar of Doom, it's very hard to get back. Storybread trying to bring the bread home, but it's just very difficult once you're on that pillar to get back.
Yep.
Team A bringing their A game.
The puns are strong with this one.
I do my best.
Yep. They're not moving towards any other buttons, but they don't seem to need to because they've already secured quite a nice lead versus red. So they just let the balls continue doing their thing. And they will take the win here in just another couple seconds.
Yep, looks like a done deal. That's all she wrote for match number 149.
Well played, Team A. And this again really emphasizes how important it is to ask yourself, what's happening now and how do I fix whatever's happening?
Right. That is true. Now I have the Wolfpack versus 3D Polygonous Polygonic. Both teams going very firmly. Wolfpack make it just a bit faster to the magenta, while the 3D polygonic make it to the yellow platform.
Yep, so each secure a different platform. Now, oh, look at red. He's going to take the magenta away from blue. Although now the blue is going for the green platform, which is the platform that hasn't been contested yet. So that's going to be quite a lot of points there going into blue's bank there.
Yep.
And now immediately red going for the green platform, tilting it back in their favor. Both teams. This is an interesting match because each team is really contesting the platform that the other team just took. So it's interesting to see how the fight over the same platforms kind of pans out. Red, though, has managed to secure another platform in the meantime, making it so that they took the lead. But look at this. Game is super close. Only 20 points. They're both above 300 points, too. Wow.
You think it's going to be a draw?
I don't know. It's super
oh
close.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Wolfpack managed to secure the win on the last second.
Just by 20 points.
Victory.
Both teams over the 350 mark. Super good.
Wow, that was a very close match. Both teams bringing in their A game.
Wow. That was really close.
Yep. Match 155 is underway.
All right. We immediately have each team going for a platform.
We have the Sus Coders versus Daughtry 8. I think Daughtry is a school where they have a lot of teams in this competition. They look like they have, they're doing tremendous work. They have managed to tilt the green platform, but now it falls off due to the strain.
Yeah,
There's a lot of weight.
Both teams were pressing on the button, so because red decided to stay on that button, they collapsed the platform, making it impossible to get any more points from it. And now blue move on to the yellow button. Red isn't adjusting their strategy though. They're not going for one of the remaining platforms anymore, so blue is just allowed to take those other platforms and rack up their lead as they start to pull farther and farther ahead of the red team.
Now we're seeing the yellow platform. I think it's the first time we're seeing two
Double
platforms
collapse?
falling off.
Double collapse. That's a first for us today.
Yep, double collapse all the way.
Yep.
Victory.
EMS Daughtry 8 managed to secure the win with 330 points. Well played by both teams. And we're on to the next match.
We have Probots versus MCE is awesome. MCE standing for Mill Creek Elementary versus Olympia. We have the blue team securing the magenta platform while the red team manages to get the yellow platform. So every team with a platform under its hand.
Yep. Very even match so far. Each team with a platform, each team getting a steady drizzle of points into their bank. And as they move forward, let's see what platforms they decide to focus on. Red might contest the magenta platform here, which is firmly in blue's grasp, as blue is going for the untouched platform, which is always a big win if they manage to get it. But he did leave the button, and that caused the buttons to reset now. He has to go back to the center now if he wants to reset his buttons. So he won't be able to take control of that green platform. Fortunately, he still is they're still in the lead. Blue still taking the lead by 100 points over red.
Yes.
Red trying again for the magenta and missing it again with the trajectory.
Yep, Mill Creek Elementary will take the win here. A very close match. Both teams doing incredible work.
Victory.
Yeah, very well played by both teams. We're nearing the end of this Junior League, right?
Yep. Junior League is only up to match 192. As you've seen, many of the games get skipped because one of the teams did not submit a code. But once we're done with the Junior League, we're going to move straight into the Pro League, which will be super exciting. It's a brand new game, not Basketball. It's a game called Toppelbot, where we see teams battle it out. Very exciting.
Yep, we'll get to change it up a bit, watch a different game, and it'll be a lot of fun. But until we get there, we've still got a couple more games to go in our Junior League.
Yeah, so what do you say? Should we jump on to the next one?
I think so.
Let's do it.
All right.
We have Melissa Cardinals from Melissa Middle School against Legend Z from Union High School. Let's see which team manages to secure the first platforms. Legend Z takes the green platform.
Wow, Blue is taking a very commanding control here, as the green platform is firmly in their grasp. And now they get the yellow platform as well, securing quite a huge amount of points there. So Blue really showing their chops.
Yeah, Legend Z is just the stuff legends are made of, I guess. I'm corny, but it's a low-hanging fruit.
What would we do without you, Yossi? All right, wow. I mean, Legend Z really upping the bar here. 540 points, and they've still got a couple seconds left to get some more. Really showing us how the game is supposed to be played.
Yep, Legend Z doing incredible work. Hey. 590 points.
Yep.
That is an incredible amount.
Victory.
590 points. Once again, one of our highest scorers today in this playoff. Very, very impressive stuff.
Now we have the Draconic CoderZ versus 8th Period. Some names are less exciting and more telling. But we don't judge.
Alright, Blue team taking control of that yellow platform real early. And they're going to stay on it for a bit just to make sure it's under their control for a while. And then they're going to go for the reset. Red team still hasn't found their way to one of the buttons. So Blue has quite a commanding lead, but anything could happen. That could change in an instant if Red can secure one of the other platforms that hasn't been touched yet.
Yep, Draconic CoderZ. They have managed to secure a few platforms, but now they are stuck in the Pillar of Doom.
Yep. Here the Red team, they're trying to get to that green button. They're getting stuck on that terrain. Unfortunately, that terrain is messing up their pathing.
Yeah, it's very difficult to overcome this rough terrain. It's way harder than it looks.
Yeah. Alright, 10 seconds left to the match, and despite Red's best efforts, Blue does secure the victory. That will be 280 points for Draconic CoderZ. They take the win.
And that's all she said. All she wrote for match 162, and now we're on match 167. RMS AC5 Smiley Face versus Good Night. I think it says Rattlers on Good Night Middle School.
Alright, magenta platform being highly contested here. Tilting towards red at first, but now blue has taken control of it. And red still has yet to reset their buttons in order to take another platform. So blue is just dominating that magenta platform until they felt like it's enough. They go back for the reset, and now to try and get a different platform. Meantime, red might be stuck there with their robot. They're not going for the reset. They're not going for more platforms.
What's very possible here, Aaron,
Yes.
is that maybe there's a part of the code that says, color sensor, let me know what you find. And if you find something, let's go towards the direction. But now that the robot is with its back to all the buttons, then the color sensor is in an endless loop that's saying, I'm searching. Once I find something, we'll go towards the direction. But since it will never find something, it will never move. So to an outsider, it might look like what they haven't written any code, but in fact, it is running. But nonetheless, RMS AC5 Smiley Face. Move on.
Yep.
To the next round. Congratulations, and moved on to match 169.
Endless loops are one of a coder's worst nightmares. They can be.
Right, endless loops are. Sometimes you need a break, some sort of a condition that breaks, like if you're running for too long, break or something like that. But with every game being only 90 seconds, there's not much time to overcome all those different conditions.
Yep. Well, blue has taken nice control of the yellow platform, but now needs to go back and reset their buttons in order to take a new platform.
Yep, we have another team from Melissa Middle School not having the best fortune versus Scout Syntax. Scout Syntax being very, very consistent. And of course, as I say it, they hug the Pillar of Doom. But they do back out. So unlike many teams who get stuck once they touch it, this team manages to overcome it, and they reset. I believe that after a reset, they might actually be able to get to the green button.
Yep. This terrain really is adding a nice layer of difficulty for the teams. Scout Syntax will take the win with 260 points versus 120 points of sixth period.
Victory.
Well done. Well played.
Yep, great stuff from Scouts Index. Moving on to the next round. Reminding you all, the next round will be played on December 22nd on 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just like this broadcast was. But on the next one, since all teams are teams who advance from this stage, we will probably not have almost any skips. So this will be a much more robust broadcast, no skips. Will be great fun, and also teams will have a chance to adapt their code until December 19th. So very, very interesting stuff to see how everyone's code has been taken to the next level for the next round.
Yeah. We're seeing some nice maneuvering here from Blue's robot as they found their way very carefully from the platform button back to the reset button. Now they need to start moving towards one of the new platforms, as Red is still struggling to get their first platform of balls.
Car bots being very good.
Yep, they secured their lead early on, and now without a platform, Red could be in trouble here.
Yep. Red must secure any of the platforms in order to have a chance at moving on, and it doesn't look like it will. Now it gets blocked by the Pillar of Doom.
Yep, that is a win for the blue team. 230 points versus 110.
Victory.
Yep. Congratulations, Starbots, on moving on to the top 16 stage.
All right, and now
we have 30 noobs. Oh, something that's very interesting. Some of the regions are for teams of 5, and some of the regions are for teams of 30. And I think this is one of the regions of 30. So, the last few regions, on the first regions, we've had teams of 5 students, but now this is, I think, a region of 30 students on every team. Those are a bit bigger teams, and I wonder if we'll see a difference.
Well, it does look like the games are playing out a bit differently in these regions. Kind of gotten to a bit of a slower pace in the game so far. But yeah, red team doing pretty well for itself. 170 points and counting. That magenta platform is going to go to red team now, securing a good chunk of points.
Now we're seeing Olympia in the lead against Melissa Middle School.
Yep, 10 seconds left, and second period don't really have much they can do to come back into this game, and 30 noobs are going to take the win.
30 noobs who are definitely not noobs in this match. Played very well.
You might have to change your name.
Yeah, every score above 300 points is nothing to be ashamed of. Nice work from both teams. Now we have another team from Melissa Middle School. We have first period versus Neon Tabby Tigers. Neon Tabby Tigers are making their way onto the magenta platform.
Yep.
Managing to press the button. First period doesn't quite press the green button. Almost. Now going in reverse right into the Pillar of Doom.
That pillar really is a difficult obstruction to deal with, huh?
Yeah, I think the purpose is for teams not to be able to just go around the obstacle you can say go straight and then turn around and then go to the button, and really wanted to make it a bit more difficult. And look at the Neon Tabby Tigers racking up points left and right.
Wow. First the magenta platform, then the yellow platform. They take a dominating lead here, gathering up so many points. Well, we're gonna have a really high score here from red. They might even manage to secure something super, like, really, really high. Alright, match over 540 points.
Neon Tabby Tigers showing first period how it's done. Very nice work.
Very well played by Neon Tabby Tigers. Huge scores coming out of them, and it's nice. I mean, we've seen a lot of high scores throughout the matches today, and some of the games that were really close were just really enjoying to watch.
Yep, I think consistency is the name of the game. Being able to consistently hit the buttons without hitting the Pillars of Doom is just a winning factor almost any game.
There's a reason they're called the Pillars of Doom.
Yep, that's the reason they're called the Pillars of Doom. So ask me, what do we have ahead, Aaron?
Well, what's up next? You'll see. What do we have ahead of us?
I'm glad you asked. We have one more game for a very special region called Ghana region.
Okay.
It's a region dedicated to teams from Ghana, and we have one game there. And once it's done, we're gonna have a small break, a 15-minute break, and after that, we're gonna have the Pro League, which is incredibly exciting. This was one of the games that I was part of developing, and seeing it move on from what it was to what it is right now was very emotional to me. So seeing it and play right now, seeing how teams take on the challenge of Topplebot would be awesome. So even if you are a team from the Junior League, stay here, watch the Pro League, and maybe your school in the next season, which will start on February 15, will join us on the Pro League. So stick around. So what do you say? Play the last match of the Junior League?
I'm excited. I can't wait.
Beam me up, Johnny. Is it Johnny or Scotty?
Scotty.
Oh, it's Scotty?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. We tried to let that slip in, you know,
okay.
quietly. But
I want to take... I want to take... I'll take the L for that one.
All right. All right, red team taking the lead pretty early here, as blue team is really close to that. They did get the yellow button, so all those points on the yellow platform now going in their favor. Red taking the green platform, so one platform each. They're going to stay on the button for a bit just to keep it in their control, and it's pretty tight so far, I'd say. Red managed to find their way to the magenta platform, the third platform that hasn't been touched yet this match, and they secure quite a lot of points there, once again evening out the match, even taking the lead away from blue. But blue is still fighting back here. This is definitely a back and forth. So it really depends on how many platforms they can control in the next 20 seconds.
Who's gonna win, iBot or Magicians? Come on, say.
Oh my god, it's crazy. I think iBot's gonna win, but I mean, it could be anybody's game.
Come on, Magicians.
10 seconds left.
I believe.
Magicians are going for the magenta. Can they get there in time?
Come on.
They have to turn. They almost made it.
Ah, so close.
Red take the victory by just a mere 50 points.
Ah, that was so close.
Victory.
But
Wow.
iBot make it to the next stage. And folks, that was it for the junior division. That was way better than I ever expected it could be. Those games were incredible, and we've seen some crazy games where teams have upped their game in the middle of the matches. So it was awesome to watch, and it was incredible, and I can't wait to see how the Junior League will look like on the broadcast of the 22nd.
Yeah. I mean, the Junior League just set the bar really high right now for the Pro League, so,
yeah,
you know.
It will be hard to topple that.
Oh.
I see what I did there.
Trust DLC with his puns.
Yeah,
And
so a couple quick notes before we go to break. If you have enjoyed the league or want to join the league, CoderZ League is coming back on February 15 for a spring edition. So if you want to join it, go to CoderZLeague.com/contact-us and take a look, and we'll contact you. This has been a pleasure. Junior teams, you've done an incredible job. If you haven't seen your team, as I said, many of the games were canceled due to teams not submitting their code. So if your team has submitted its code, worry not, you just got a bye round, and we'll see you on the next one, which will be on December 22nd, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So be there. We'll have the next round, the finals, on December 23rd, same time. And a final note that if you want to adjust your code when this broadcast is over, around 10 p.m., we will open submissions once again, and you will have a chance to adjust your code for 48 hours, meaning on December 19, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to close the submission window for adjustments. And if you haven't sent anything, it's fine. We'll just take what you've had for this round. So with that being said, Aaron, thank you so much for watching the Junior League. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and once we're back, we're going to watch the Pro League. Stick around, it's going to be exciting, and we'll see you after the break. welcome back. We've just finished watching all of the Junior League games. There have been some super exciting games. If you've missed your match, everything's going to be uploaded into our Facebook group called CoderZ League, and also this Twitch channel as a video, and we'll probably also upload it to our YouTube channel, CoderZ. Now we're moving on to the Pro League. Now the Pro League is a completely different game, a completely different ball game, if you would, which is first of all a different age group, a bit older students. Some of them have been coding with Blockly, and some of them has been coding with Python, and they will be playing the Topplebot game, which is a very interactive game where your job is to push balls onto the opponent's platform and make him fall and not fall off yourself. A few quick messages before we start. If you are excited about CoderZ League, we are hosting another league that will start on February 15, and it will be a spring edition of CoderZ League. So if you want to join us on that, go to coderzleague.com/contact-us and apply there and join us in the next iteration if you loved what you saw. This is to remind you the first out of 3 broadcasts of the playoffs. This is the top 32. We have top 16, and then we have the quarter, semi, and finals. The next broadcast is on December 22, and the finals on December 23rd, all in the same time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Teams who have moved on from this stage on to the top 16 will have a window starting from today around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard until December 19, which is roughly 48 hours to adjust their code. But don't worry, if you don't submit anything, we'll just use what you submitted today. So anything else to say? I don't think so. For the next one, if you manage to move on, let's invite everyone, our friends, our neighbors, our families, to watch the broadcast. Say, hey, my team is playing. Come watch me play. So Aaron, are you excited?
I mean, we're going into a new game now, and we're going into older children, more experienced kids.
Let's move on to the game, and then we'll hear what Aaron has to say about it. Game number 1 for the Topplebot League. We have Dragon 5 versus Virginia Beach. Already a great shot. Oh, the blue team doesn't quite get it, but blue team has to be careful not to fall. Oh, they're struggling. Will they fall off already so soon? No, they're struggling. Another great shot by Dragon 5. And the Virginia Beach team
Knockout.
get KO'd so quickly. This was a fast match. Yeah, completely brutal. Wow, the Pro League is on another level. Now I have Dragon 6, the predecessor, the opposite of predecessors of Dragon 5. Let's see if they have a similar result. Now, yeah, this game is very, very hyper focused. Hyper text assassins get a good shot, 70 points. The Dragons do manage to hit a ball, but not quite over to the other platform. Hypertext assassins taking a stroll around the platform. And let's see if they manage to oh, they get, oh, no, don't fall. Oh my goodness. Please, please. We do not want to see this happen, not after all that they've done. Oh, come on, Hypertext Assassin. You can do it. Come on. Don't fall. No!
Knockout.
Oh, my days. Oh, they've created such beautiful code to fall like that at the end. Dragons take the W. Nice job. Moving on to the next one. Match 195. See, Dragons number 1. We've seen 3 Dragon teams on 3 games so far. Dragons managed to push a ball onto the 20. Their opponents not being very responsive. They have to do something in order not to fall, but they take a tumble.
Knockout.
Yeah, those games are
Victory.
very brutal. You have to make sure you're stable before doing anything else. Being stable should be your first priority. So if you are a pro team, you have to think about how do you stabilize, and then the next thing you have to do is think how to shoot. Now remember, on the group stage, balls were in the middle, but on the playoffs, balls moved in order to make things not as easy, just like in the Junior League, where we added an obstacle. On the Pro League, we moved the balls from the middle in order to make things a little tougher for the teams. And we haven't been able to see one of the teams get a shot. And now we see Runtime Terror getting a shot. 49er STEM, both teams from the same school. Will they get a shot? We don't see any other team getting a shot. Remember, we have a cooldown, so teams cannot shoot rapidly. Let's see if Z5 manages to get a shot onto the ball. Well, both teams did not take a tumble, which is already a feat of its own. After seeing so many teams falling off 10 seconds into the match. And the Runtime Terror, with only one shot, managed to get a win. Very, it was by their teeth. Another 2 teams from the 49ers STEM. Lightning team, Lightning Legends, manages to get a first shot. Very nice. Onto the 30. Another shot. Ooh, the Lightning Legends, showing why they're called the Legends. We see the Dangerous team almost falling off. Both teams almost falling. But the red team taking a tumble.
Knockout.
Wow. Blue team with a very nice win. Almost fell off. But they have managed to secure 80 points, which is, I think, the most points we've seen so far. Now, we have a bit of a technical difficulty, so we're going to take a 2-minute break, so stick around. We're going to be very, very soon to come back, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. We have had a short break due to technical difficulty, but we'll get right back into the games of the Pro League. So let's go ahead and continue right where we ended.
All right. And we're going into the next match of the Pro League. It's good to be back, by the way.
Yep, Jaguary Super from Olympia School against Team Violet on the 49er.
They're moving pretty erratically. That platform is dangerously getting low there, and they're kind of driving on the edge. They might want to be a bit careful there on the blue team.
Yep, as time passes, the platforms are getting softer, so it's very, very hard. It's very, very dangerous to play close to the edges.
Yep. So far, none of them actually able to hit the balls. We see Red employing the stay in place, shoot ball strategy, and it seems to pay off because Blue got himself just tripped off the stage.
Slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
Yeah.
49ers, them, move on.
The word I was looking for. This game is very unforgiving. Very, very punishing. As soon as one of those players falls off the platform, that's it. Game over.
Yep.
Super tough. Whoa! Did you see that first shot? And it immediately got countered.
Yeah, some of those counters are amazing.
That was nuts. Wow. That was really cool. Alright, Red's still got 10 points off of that, though. So Red's going to take the lead for now, as both robots are trying to figure out their next move.
Yep. Tribots are a bit stuck. Coderman are trying to find the balls. Shoots over to the crowd. Hey, what did the crowd do to you?
Knockout.
And Tribots get knocked out. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of knockouts on the first round.
Falling off the platform is not a fun way to lose the match, obviously, but it is part of the game, and it's a challenge that the teams have to overcome.
Yeah, Pro League, let's see what you got. Come on. Let's see a game. Ooh, and just as I said it, Gilded Dragons get a nice shot.
Oh.
Answered.
The counter shot right there. These teams aren't playing around. They're here for the win.
Yep. Some very nice job. But look at the red team. It's falling off. No!
Oh, they're both toppling. But the red's going faster.
Oh my days.
Knockout.
So, can you explain to me, Yossi, like, how are the teams supposed to maintain their balance on these platforms?
Yeah, so the teams have a gyro, and the gyro is working in 3 axes, X, Y, and Z. Each one is on a different axis, and one of the things they have to do is kind of always check up on where they're at with the gyros, and if one of them is unstable, to stabilize it. And just like that, you can see a team falling. F's in the chat, as they say. RIP. For the blue team. Wow.
Yeah.
Victory.
So we have one more game.
So even though it's a tie in points, or even if the team has more points but they fall off, they lose the game, huh?
Yep. Even if they have 1 billion gajillion trillion points but they fall off, they're out. And this is a tough one because this is a knockout stage, so falling off is just...
Yeah, nice start for Trailblazers, but the platform is tipping.
No.
Will they stabilize themselves?
Okay,
they do. They're keeping themselves on the platform.
So what happened here is the threshold of the gyro went into action. they said, okay, if I'm at this angle, I have to drive forward. So that's what they've done. So the threshold was just pretty high, so it looked as if they're falling, but they were actually in control. Meanwhile, VHA's pirate robots are trying to fall, but they have the threshold a bit lower, so that they go back to the middle better. And now this is a great game.
Oof.
Because you can see how both teams taking into account stabilizing.
Yeah, both teams really staying on their feet here. Even though the platforms are kind of tilted, they're still kind of, you know, the robots are managing to center themselves. And Red got off a couple of nice shots so far and took the lead with 70 points. Will Blue be able to turn themselves around and get a couple more shots off onto the red platform?
Yep. Both teams doing great job working with the gyro.
Blue's
now,
platform.
listen, the one thing that is serious here is that this now is a different angle for the blue team. There are 3 axes, so and it might have fallen off, but they didn't. But nevertheless,
Victory.
red team have taken the W by points. Amazing. The last game was really at another level because both teams are able to utilize their gyroscope in order to understand where they're at and understand how they have to adjust their position in order not to fall, and also shoot the balls, which is just incredible.
It seems like a very difficult game.
Yes, this game has, unlike I think unlike basketball, where pushing the buttons and overcoming the obstacles was the major technical issue and there was a lot of strategy into it. This one is much more mechanical, meaning you have 2 very mechanical challenges. One is stabilizing and the second is shooting. And I think a team needs to maybe divide their team into 2 groups. One that is in charge of stabilizing the robot and the other on shooting on the balls. And once they can go to their captain and say, hey, here's my half, let's put them all together, they might find great success in this game.
All right, well, that was the end of that region.
Yep.
Let's move on to the next one.
Let's move on to region number 2.
All right, immediately shots fired.
Mirrored.
Both sides. Red team's kind of a bit lost their stabilizing there, and they're slipping backwards. Will they use their gyros to stabilize themselves back?
Oh!
Ay, ay, ay. They
Yikes.
fall off the platform, and even though both started out very evenly, that one fall
Victory.
is
Yep.
the end
Just
of it.
Staying afloat is the hardest challenge and the most crucial one. Don't feel bad if you've fallen off. This is a very difficult game. But nevertheless, let's see what goes on.
Yeah.
Now we can see, you can look at the blue team's cannon,
Yeah.
the way it rotates. So I think that there's something very interesting. What they did is they said, okay, we'll rotate in place in order to create this inertia that will stop us from falling, just like the red team is. And our cannon will look for the balls independently.
Knockout.
And it worked out.
Yeah. Just a reminder, the reason you might see games
Victory.
skipping, the number of the games skipping, is because some of the teams did not submit their code. Therefore, the teams that did submit the code and were supposed to be matched up with them are getting automatically passed on to the next round. So that's why some of the games aren't being played, and whatever games are left, that's what we're going to watch, and that's what we're watching right now.
Yep. Another shot, but misses the mark. Oh, Houston ISD.
Knockout.
Oh, a very quick KO
Yeah.
in favor of the blue team.
Yeah.
Victory.
The impression I'm getting so far from this game is that utilizing the gyros to keep yourself stabilized is critical to at least surviving the match for the entire minute and a half.
Yikes. Yep. Yes, as you said earlier, this is a very tough challenge. And by the way, shooting causes recoil.
I was just about to ask that, by the way. Is there recoil?
Yep.
From the shots?
Oh,
that
and the
makes
blue
things even more
team.
difficult.
Type S in the chat. Cyber Tigers.
Knockout.
Wow, some very quick KOs.
Yep.
Victory.
Red storming through that match.
Yeah. Well, as we said, it's a tough game. Participation is its own reward. Robo Griffins against YWCPA Team 1, Houston. We have the Philadelphia versus Houston battle. And
Red.
Philadelphia wins due to stability.
Knockout.
Houston, we have a problem.
Victory.
So, what causes the platform to tilt?
So the platforms tilt once there is weight onto one of the one of the sides. So if the robot is even slightly not balanced, the platform will tilt.
All right, Red making a nice little recovery there, going straight back to the center of their platform, getting off a couple more, but they haven't managed to get a shot off on Blue yet. Blue just firing away, getting 110 points so far, just racking up those points. Red is still managing to stay on the platform, so at least they're managing to stabilize, but they're still not able to land those shots.
Yep.
Oof.
And we see the Super Ball, the big black ball in the middle of the platform, which gives us 5 times the amount of points, and a shot by GenBots grants them 150 points. Will it be enough?
Oh, Blue losing balance there. They're in the lead in points. They really don't want to fall off here. Oh, but the platform, it stopped tilting. And they got stuck in the crevice there between the two rings. That might actually just save them. If Red can't land another couple of shots, Blue might win. They just have to survive for another 7 seconds. Will they be able to hold on just for 4 seconds? 3, 2, 1, 0. They hold on right as they are about to fall off.
Yeah, but look at their code of the red team.
They clinched that win so barely.
Yeah, they almost. But the red team,
Wow.
like their gyro kicked in because they almost fell. They almost fell, and their gyro kicked in and saved them.
Wow, that was absolutely clutch.
Yep, that was a clutch game.
All right. We see
Bolts
Red.
versus Eaglebotics.
Red with a strong start here, landing the first couple shots. The first shot, I should say, only 1 shot so far. That puts them in the lead.
Yeah, note that it's very important to note that the balls take a second to spawn, so you have to wait for them to fully spawn before you shoot. Oh! Did you see?
He hit him with the ball. He hit the robot.
And pushed him off the crevice.
That was so close, but look at him. He's managing to stabilize pretty well.
Yeah,
and now the red is tilting downwards to the front. Will he be able to stop himself from falling off?
Oh, it turns around.
He's staying on. They're staying on.
Oh my
Red's
days.
still surviving. They're in the lead point-wise, so as long as Blue doesn't get off a shot and Red can survive for just a bit longer,
oh my days.
they'll take the victory here. Blue also in trouble here from falling off. They're so close, but they managed to get up.
Oh my goodness.
They just need one shot. One shot onto that 100 in the middle.
No! 3 seconds.
Oh.
Oh my god, 2 seconds.
Knockout.
It's such a struggle staying on those platforms.
Oh my lord.
Victory.
They both had gyro mechanisms trying to save them, but at the end, as I said, the platform gets softer as time moves on. So even if your gyro says, okay, let's go back to the middle, if the power you set the motors to is too little, at the end of the game, sometimes it's just not enough. So one of the things that's important is to set the threshold a little lower so that it's not at the edge of the platform is where you go back. Rather, that you try to stay as close to the middle as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, based on the trends we've seen so far, it seems like those first few shots right at the beginning of the match are the most crucial ones, because if you can get those off before the whole platform business starts kicking in and each robot starts fighting for their lives and trying not to tilt off, then they'll keep the lead and win the game and win the match.
Yeah, that was that's a very important point. Gyro is your friend in this match. It's unless you master gyro, it's very hard to stay in the middle. And with that being said, we'll be skipping Pro Region number 2 because we didn't have a single game there. So we're moving on to Pro number 3.
All right, let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm fixing my error. I meant region number 4, Pro number 4. Table Saw versus Gala. Table Saw trying to stabilize, manages to do so, getting closer. Let's see if they get a shot.
Alright, Blue trying to stabilize himself, looking for the shot here. Red's biding their time.
Yep,
They
so
might just be waiting.
Blue team is just trying to go back to the middle, but I think what their code states is go back to the middle and then go a bit forward, and then that time, oh no, 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 no! Yeah, it gets harder with time.
Yeah.
You hate to see this, but
Victory.
stabilizing is just part of this game.
Alright, onwards to the next match.
Alright, we have Balanced Equation versus Annotator Tots.
Alright, immediately Blue got the first shot off. Red missing their initial shot.
Yeah, we skipped region 3 on to 4.
Yeah, so we're in region 4 right now. We skipped 3.
Yeah.
That was
3 had no matches, not 2. Just looking at the chat.
Yep. Red now struggling to stabilize himself. Might be going too far off. He's going back and forth, just trying to find that sweet spot to stay on the platform. In the meantime, Blue does lead in points, but now needs to stabilize himself so he doesn't start slipping off from the back of his platform.
Balanced Equation.
Yeah.
Trying to stay in the middle.
This has become a struggle to survive right now. And because Blue got that first shot off,
the music is also fitting to the situation. It's a struggle. We see the red team, takes a tumble.
Knockout.
Aye, unfortunate.
Victory.
Congratulations to Battle Equation. Moving on to the next round. See you on December 22nd on Top 16. seen a Hala Torah versus Chungus. Olympia School. Do you think the Chungus means Big Chungus?
I don't know.
If it is, you are my heroes. Oh, and Chungus needs to be careful.
Yep, they are in a very precarious situation as they slip through the rings. They're still up there. That cannon is just kind of holding them there with the top ring.
The cannon is shooting at the crowd. It's like, cheer for me or else.
Yep.
And it's shot on the blue. Not cool.
Yep, they need to somehow back themselves up towards the center if they want to get a shot off and a chance to win against blue, or hope that blue messes up and falls into the water.
Yep, it looks like blue team's gyro working correctly. They're kind of trying to go back and forth. Every time the gyro hits that threshold of sensitivity, it says, whoa, go back, go back, go back.
Yep. Blue just shooting into the blue. Not really. See what I did there? Yeah. All right.
Hala Torah. Congratulations.
All right. One of the few matches that actually went all the way through the time limit. But because blue got the first shot off, they managed to take the victory.
I feel sorry Big Chungus didn't make it through.
All right. This is the last game of Region 4. Robo Mind versus RVCS Python something.
Yep, let's see which team manages to hit the ball. RoboMind
Red
with the lead.
Red's utilizing all his timing that he needs in order to get shots off. So far, blue is just concerned about stabilizing. Does get his first shot off though.
Oh, nice shot by RVCS.
So far so good for red team, and blue taking their time, probably trying to aim it properly.
Let's see.
Oh.
Blue team looks like it's locked on.
Red's in a bit of a pickle now as they slip towards the bottom of the ring.
Let's see if any of the team manages to get another shot. RoboMind with a lead, 50-point lead.
This is a good opportunity for blue if they manage to get a couple shots off now.
Yep. And the red team takes a nosedive.
Victory.
This is unfortunate because RoboMind was in the lead for the whole match.
Yeah.
And then falling off just really feels bad, but I guess utilizing the gyro to stay in the middle is on a bigger priority rather than getting a shot.
Yeah, as we said, this is one of the more difficult games on the platform, and we can see it. It's just it really is a struggle to try and refine the code to a point where things work as you'd like them to work.
Yep. So let's move on to the next one.
Alright, next game starting right now.
We have Ace Coders versus the Quaint Cubics.
Yep. Blue managed to get that first shot off though, so red have to play catch up here. They need to get a shot off that hits.
Let's see if Ace Coders manage to get a shot. Kind of wandering around the platform. Not quite. Both teams are very close to the edge.
Yep, they're both slipping.
Oh!
Red is very close to slipping under that ring there.
Oh, that hurts.
Yep, they need to find their way back up.
Oh, and the red
Knockout.
team falls off the platform, giving the win to Earthquake.
Victory.
Alright, victory goes to the blue team. As they also get the shot off and also survive long enough on their own platform.
Congratulations.
Next match underway, Mugman versus...
Someone's asking what happened to Region 3. Region 3, all games did not have both teams sending in their codes. So it was skipped. If you had your code sent, then worry not, you have advanced automatically to the next stage. And
Knockout.
17 seconds into the match, the Hacker Jacks take a tumble, giving the win
Victory.
to Mugman from Krabok. We had a team on Junior called Cuphead, but I think they lost. So Mugman keeping the keeping the dream alive.
Alright, blue get that first shot off and hit. Oh, red slipping down very quickly. They're gonna lose their balance
Knockout.
and give the win to the blue team.
Space Dolphins
Victory.
did not manage to stay on the platform. Hieroglyphics make it to the next one.
Alright, next game, water bottles versus Spartans. Can the Spartans beat the water bottles, or do the water bottles overpower the Spartans?
Yep. Water bottles with a bit too early shot. Spartans.
Yep, Spartans are known to be tough. They were slipping backwards, but they managed to find themselves back up to the center of the platform, and now they have to do that struggle once again. And they are managing to keep their balance.
Yep, both teams with very even score, but now Spartans take the lead.
Alright, this is a really nice match. Spartans, they're fighting for their lives here, trying not to slip downwards, as they do manage to get themselves back up. And I think water bottles find themselves slipping into the abyss below. And Spartans take the victory.
Victory.
Yep, Spartans take the win. And congratulations, we'll see you on round 6, top 16.
Alright, Molokai Robotics versus the Cucumber Gang.
The Cucumber Gang.
The Cucumber Gang.
That's a very nice.
Yep, they're both getting some shots off, so very good start for both teams. They're holding their ground. They're getting shots off. That shot from red would have been nice if the ball had spawned just a second later.
Yep.
Oh, Cucumber Gang got their robot twisted around. They need to turn their cannon around if they want to shoot towards the balls and not away from them. Oh, they're losing their balance. They might slip off here. They're gonna go under the ring and off the platform.
Knockout.
So,
Blue team did manage to get some nice shots, but did not manage
Victory.
to stabilize themselves. Cucumber Gang did not make it to the next stage, but that was a nice code.
alright, Avant-Guardians versus Wizarding Coders.
Wizarding Coders.
Let's see who's got this match as Avant-Guardians with the strong start.
Ooh, and you can see that the Wizarding Coders thinking that there's a ball in the middle, but the Avant-Guardians
They're not managing to stabilize. Oh, they're hanging off. They're hanging for their lives.
No.
In the end, they do
Knockout.
topple off.
Don't quite make it.
That'll be a win for Wizarding Coders.
Victory.
We have one more match in this region, and I believe in the league.
Yep, we have. This is the last match of the day.
All right, so last match of the day. Let's have it. The Atomigators versus Noetic Neurons. Some
Ooh,
interesting
and the
names
Noetic
for
Neurons.
these final teams to play for the day.
A nice shot. We have yet to see a team hit the 100 mark.
Yep. It seems like quite a difficult task to hit the 100 mark. Does tilting the platform, if the platform is tilted, does it make hitting the rings difficult too? Like, let's say the red's ring is tilted upwards. Does the blue have to aim differently in order to hit that ring?
Well, it might be so, but most of the times it would still hit it. So not necessarily.
Alright. Both teams just dealing with their stabilization so far. Noetic Neurons are in the lead. They did manage to get that first shot off and hit. And there they go, down into the pool.
Atomigator, the last victim of today.
Victory.
To the water.
Right, Noetic Neurons take that victory. And with that, we are finished for the day.
Yeah, we've seen some very cool games today, both on the Junior and the Pro League. Now, I want to address something that's being talked about in the chat regarding the code not working or Python not working. So, if you remember, the way we took the code, and I'm addressing this from a developer standpoint as someone who worked on this project hands-on, we took the code of your team captains, and some of the issues might have been that the code that was submitted was not the code that was intended to be submitted. I'm just thinking out loud because we did run some tests and we made sure both Python and Blockly works as intended. We're really sorry to see frustration. There's nothing to gain for us if something doesn't work properly. All we want to do is make sure everything works as beautiful as possible, to see the hard work that the teams have made. So there really is no ill intent, and some of the codes did look like they worked. I give you my word that we will investigate this to make sure if there was an issue, and if there was, we will find a solution to make sure no one goes home with a sad heart. I am sorry if you feel like you've been caused an injustice. We really worked hard to make this happen, and we really tried to do our best in order to give you the best experience possible. And with that, I want to thank my co-host Aaron for being here with me. It was an honor to broadcast. My name is Yossi. Just one last time, CoderZ League is coming back on February 15. So if you want to join, go to coderzleague.com/contact-us and sign up. So here it is. Anything last to say?
I just want to say I'm so in awe of everybody's code and efforts. Like, it seemed like everybody put in so much work and solved these problems and kind of tackled these challenges in so many different ways, and it was very, very fun to watch. Being a software engineer myself, I felt like it was very interesting to see how different teams' codes worked in different ways, and just seeing and just getting a look into their minds as I saw their code working and seeing, you know, what their thought process was when they tried to solve the different problems. I found it was a lot of fun, and I've got to congratulate every single one of you guys for doing such a great job on these problems. This is really fun.
Yes, I enjoyed every moment seeing you all, the codes that you've done. So this was the first stage of the playoffs. We're going to have the top 16 stage on December 22nd, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to see all teams who advanced to the next one. On December 23rd, we're going to see the finals. You have from 10 p.m. today, around 48 hours to submit your code until December 19 to submit and adjust your code. And if you haven't, we'll use what you have until now. And I think that's it. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thank you, Yossi.
And signing off, CoderZ League. And we'll see you in the next one. Thank you for sticking around.